Insurance Summit. The room looks really nice and full. I am Noyan Doğan, and I will be your host for the next 2 days in this summit. But let me just mention first that I want to apologize in advance if I err or do something wrong, since I am not a stage performer. I am a journalist of 35 years, and that's why I'm here. Well, also as well because I know a bit about the insurance industry. Last year was a year of opportunities, and this year the topic is very aligned with the situation of the world, the natural disasters. This actually is the main topic and theme of the situation today. And it looks like it's going to continue for many more years to come. We're going to talk all about these topics and their details in the summit of 2 days, and maybe we shall also set a roadmap. But since I'm here, let me introduce you another topic which is also as important as the natural disasters. Only talking about 2023, which we have not ended yet. On 6th of February, we had 2 major earthquakes in Maraş. We lost more than 50,000 citizens, and 50,000 people were affected by the earthquake. 14 million people were impacted, and 1.5 million people lost their houses. The Chinese floods, the earthquake in Morocco, and then the floods again in Libya. These are very high impact disasters. The numbers show us that in the first half of this year, the economic loss due to natural disasters exceeds $120 billion. And how much is the insured loss? That is $50 billion. Honestly and worsely, the number and the impact of the natural disasters increase, which brings a more wider gap of insurance protection and coverage. In Europe and United States, the economic losses, 50% is insured, but in Asia, this goes down to 12%, and in some other parts, for example, in Morocco, the rate of insurance is not even 4%. These are very striking, scary numbers, and we think that 43% of the risk globally is not covered. That brings us to this 2-day summit, which we will discuss them in depth and breadth, and the role of insurers in disasters, private-public cooperation, and ways to protect against the disasters. We will all talk about these with their experts. We will have international guests. The first day they will talk on the international summit, and the second day we will have our domestic discussions, and maybe we will come up with a roadmap so that we can figure out what we can do against the disasters in the days to come. Also, the private-public partnerships will be one of the subjects. Yes, I would like to again welcome you to this International Insurance Summit. And now I would like to invite Chairman of Insurance Association of Turkey, Mr. Uğur Gülen, to give his inauguration speech. Was it 1968 or 99? I can't remember, but I remember where I was. I was in Malatya on Fuzuli Street on the building called Sarhat. First floor or second floor, believe me, I can't recall. But I remember that it was a very cold winter or maybe autumn day. On the carpet, back in the day, we didn't have iPads or mobile phones. I had this children's encyclopedia, and I was turning the pages and looking at the pictures. And my father used to read a lot. There was a line of books on the floor. I saw it shaking right and left, and the books falling down on me. And I recall my sister picking me up and taking me down, putting me at the back of my father's Chevrolet pickup. I think I was barely 2 or 3 years old. That's my first time coming across an earthquake. People don't remember those years much, but that's trauma. The traumas are remembered well, and that trauma is in my mind forever. I'm sure this triggered your traumas as well. I have two more traumas which I can't refrain from remembering. My lovely lamb that I used to sleep together, being uh, cut as a sacrifice for the feast, and my bicycle. So we live on a living planet. In the last 60, 70,000 years, the humans seem to be the absolute rulers of this planet. We are reminded every single day that we're actually useless and hopeless against the natural disasters, but we see that the climate change is due to us degenerating it on the surface. We also learn how to live with the disasters. That's what we will be talking today. But first, I wanted to welcome you all today. Uh, Esteemed Deputy Minister of Treasury and Finance of Republic of Türkiye, we have our chairman of the associations, we have the chairman of Insurance and Personal Private Pensions Regulation and Supervisory Board, esteemed members of the press, esteemed representatives, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. So today's topic is very important, as can be deducted from my previous story. The disasters, even though humans have evolved so much and artificial intelligence seems to come to overcome all problems, we have still not learned to overcome the natural disasters. Since we can't overcome it, we will have to learn to fight and resist it. And our beautiful country, placed on earthquake faults, needs to learn how to do this, and we are going to be discussing this in its depth. Also, today, I would like to express my extreme gratitude to the insurance sector after the 6th of February earthquake, with all the intermediaries, experts, and arbitrators, the companies. Everybody's efforts deserve a major thank you for all their work. And also one important institution, the DASK, Obligatory Earthquake Insurance Agency, also worked so much to dress all the wounds of the earthquake region. Was it enough? Noyan expressed it really nicely. There were losses of policy coverage, and we have an economic loss of $105 billion. Only $5 billion, which is roughly the 5% of the damage, was covered. And our goal in the coming days is to make up for this coverage gap. so that we can increase this 5% coverage to 25-30%. This is a responsibility on the shoulders of all of us. So we will talk about the summit very soon. Maybe we can talk about the insurance Association of Turkey first. Actually, when I look in the room, I don't see only the insurance companies. The Insurance Association of Turkey is an umbrella company with 73 individual companies. It's a guiding institution, but this is not a company only formed by the insurance companies. It's a gigantic ecosystem. We have agents, brokers, banks, experts, and the damage experts, legal experts, the repair shops, hospitals. So it's a huge ecosystem. That is the insurance associations of Turkey's job, to be an umbrella company, because this is where it stands in the middle of it all. The insurance companies are at the very center of it. So we cannot only focus on the growth and development of the insurers, but we work to help all the components of this ecosystem. We need to also develop products for this industry, and the most important thing is to facilitate an awareness of insurance and to explain how important it is indeed, because we know that we need strong insurers for strong Türkiye, and for strong Türkiye, we need strong insurers. When we overview the sector, it is a strong factor of added value to Turkish economy. The results of the first half of 2023 is 210 billion Turkish lira. And when we look at the compensation, it is 24 times our GDP. That is a major contribution to Turkey's economy. This keeps increasing every single day. The insurance penetration rate is a very important indicator. It rose up to 1.9%, which is 1.9% of our GDP. Actually, this shows us there's still room for improvement, but in the last decade, it went up to 1.9% from 1.3% in the past years, which is quite a good news. And in this development, of course, I believe the public support should be underlined in bold. The fourth year, I think it's 4 years old, the SDDK, and this industry is a very popular, very attractive sector. So in that context, this agency overtakes a very important role. And I can say it in front of you, in your presence. I'm happy that we have such a regulatory and supervisory board, because it pushes the sector to run even faster. This is not the case for all the sectors. With the leadership of Mr. Mehmet Bey, they always push us higher and further. We work with an amazing regulator, so I'm happy they exist, and I hope in the days to come this work will become even more active and more interactive. Our esteemed Deputy Minister is here. We had the opportunity to discuss with him, and we're so lucky that we have a guiding, perspective giving minister who leads us and shows us the way, and we can see the impact of this also in the midterm plan, which was recently announced. The reason that this midterm plan includes the insurance sector in detail gives us how tells us how important it is for our ministry. Also, the complementary retirement plans is also very important. It is the 20th anniversary of private pensions. I started my professional life with private pensions. We have more than 16 million participants and 650 billion worth of a portfolio. It shows us how much it has grown. And with the participation or the contribution of the private companies, the complementary retirement plan is a major contribution to Turkish economy. The average age keeps increasing. The working life years keep increasing. So when you come to the end of your working life, to not be deprived of an income, it is almost obligatory to have these sorts of systems. So the regulations in that front should be completed immediately so that we can execute the complementary retirement plans in alignment with the middle term developmental plan. We need to introduce a certain group of our society with sensitivities. We need to establish a system that will bring them into this system as participants as well. It seems to be of utmost importance. And one other topic is not only the earthquakes, but Noyan talked about the disasters. Okay, an earthquake is a major earthquake, but the frequency is less than the floods and storms and thunders. The new types of thunders that we weren't used to in this geography are our experiences. So we need to include the earthquake insurance. We need to expand the coverage of the obligatory earthquake insurance, and we need to include the floods and thunders, etc. We can have a complementary building insurance, because as insurance, we need to share the responsibility. It's time for us to do that, because we need to build strong buildings, sturdy buildings, and to create a strong construction sector, just like in the individual insurance. We need to transfer the risk to the insurance and the agents. It's critical. The building complementary insurance seems like it's going to be one of the important insurances in the middle term developmental plan. Today, right now, actually, we say what we had in Maraş, the earthquake, after the earthquake, everybody made it a priority to look at Istanbul, the Marmara region. We all focused on this region. And as we all know, we had an unexpected earthquake creating much more than the expected damage. So following on that, this was a major reminder for us, a major reminder of Mother Nature. Okay, there was an earthquake there, but Istanbul and Marmara is much more different. They make up for 60% of Turkey's economy. It's a major metropolitan city, and it's a huge area. So actually, we say right now, and this second insurance summit had chosen the theme of disasters and the role of insurers in disaster management. So without forgetting the last disaster, we need to get prepared for an upcoming one. We have very select panelists today, and we have very prominent keynote speakers as well. So today we're not going to talk only about insurance and earthquakes with these keynote speakers, but our panels, especially, we will discuss how to absorb the risk for disaster insurance. We will talk about the specifics of the earthquake in Kahramanmaraş and the roadmap for Turkish industry, the insurance sector. Because when we talk about an disaster risk, we need to expand it globally so that the reinsurance sector could help us to expand it to all parts of the world, because it's an amazing network. We will talk about reinsurance and its importance and its impact. That's why I would strongly advise you to follow that panel about reinsurance. Recently, the disasters, floods, wars, and food crises, all of these tell us how much our assets are subject to risk. They're constantly exposed to risk. And our motto in insurance is about knowing the value, the worth. And this is becoming all the more important. So the importance of insurance will be reminded once again in alignment with the 12th Insurance Week. That really makes me happy as well. So wrapping it up all, of course, we will talk about disasters and insurance, but one other goal here is to network, to socialize, to get together with our friends that we haven't seen in a long time in the coffee breaks, in the lunch breaks. For 2 days, we will try to make up and reminisce of the days that we had. Apart from the earthquakes, this will bring us some pleasure, I believe. Maybe lastly, I also want to thank to the people who made this organization possible, all our friends and sponsors who made this function possible. We have multiple sponsors that you see on the screen here. Of course, Agito was also our gala dinner sponsors, apart from all the ones that you see on the screen. Before I ask for a round of applause for our sponsors, I would also like to thank to all the parties which made this event possible. These are very multifaceted, multi-leveled preparations, layer onto layer. I would like to thank to all the staff of Insurance Association of Turkey, the executive administrators, and everyone else. Esteemed chairman, esteemed Minister, I would like to greet you all and welcome you all. This is the second insurance summit. Thank you so much and welcome. We're thankful to Mr. Uğur Gülen for this nice speech. Mr. Gülen actually talked about the complementary retirement insurance. Maybe we can organize a retirement summit soon to follow. We can invite the unions as well, and maybe our red tape of the seniority pay might be converted into a green tape instead of a red tape. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Mehmet Akif Eroğlu, the chairman of the Insurance and Private Pensions Regulation and Supervision Board.
First of all, I didn't know, Mr. Uğur, that you resided in Malatya. It's such a nice coincidence. I am a fan of Malatya, so I like you even more now. Esteemed Minister, esteemed chair people, dear leaders of the industry, dear members of press, I would like to welcome you all and extend my kindest regards to all of you on behalf of IPPRSB. Well, when Mehmet Şimşek was a Minister of State, he came up with a strategy to promote insurance industry and enhance the awareness about the industry, and it became a part of the policy document that we celebrate, a special week for that, and we celebrated since. Unfortunately, this year, in the follow-up of the Maraş earthquake, of course, we weren't in a state to celebrate. But once again, I'm very happy to be here, and I would like to extend my kindest regards to everyone who put in their efforts to make this event possible. Let me share with you an overall view of the industry. It's the first time we're reaching the trillion Turkish lira level, and it's very pleasing, of course. As of June 2023, overall total premium production achieved 131% increase above inflation and reached 211 billion Turkish lira. And I would also like to extend my thanks to the esteemed minister and the government for prioritizing insurance, thanks to which insurance industry didn't have any problems in terms of growth. Despite all the negative events taking place globally, Turkey has been very stellar in terms of growth of industry, and this has impacted the insurance industry positively. I would also like to talk about the profitability, but let me say a few things about private pension first. We have reached 658 billion Turkish lira as of September 2023, with 15.6 million participants, and out of which 778,000 are under the age of 18. I would like to focus today about the fact that, particularly thanks to all the measures that have been taken by the leaders of the economy, we have seen a major recovery, which is extremely pleasing for us, which has also resulted that our profitability has increased from 1.6 billion to 23.3 billion from the second quarter of 2022 to the second quarter of 2023. In terms of the capital profitability, we have reached 79.6 billion Turkish lira in non-life, despite Kahramanmaraş earthquake, of course, which means that we have left the worst behind. And of course, we have much more reason to be optimistic about the future. And of course, there are certain measures taken by the IPPRSB, one of which is to make sure that this growth is sustainable, so that we can look into the future in a more prospective manner. Also, one of our most important points of focus is that the corporate structure or infrastructure of the insurance industry is capable of taking it forward and to ensure that the market discipline is in place. Of course, the insurance industry dates back to the 19th century, to all the way to 1870s during the Ottoman Empire, and so it has a long history, so as to say. But when we look at the actual legislation in the modern era, it starts with 1959 with the legislation number 7397. And in the era 1959 to 2007, we call this the insurance 10 period. And 2007 to 2023 is dominated by legislation 5684, which we call insurance 20 period. And of course, 2023 onwards, also evidenced by the realities of the Kahramanmaraş earthquake, we are looking into the new century, the new period of insurance 30. We are not in a position to mitigate the risks that we are challenged or confronted with, which means that we have to strengthen our hand in terms of the legislation. We have to support the infrastructure of the industry. And we also need to, of course, look into the future, to the TÜRKİYE century, so that we can take the necessary precautions. And of course, we are continuing our efforts. We're almost towards the conclusion of the new legislative framework. And we want to ensure with these measures a sense of personal liability, a personal responsibility enhanced by regulations, so that we can intervene in any difficulty that is experienced in the industry by certain or specific actors, so that our measures are in line with the challenges of the contemporary era. Of course, we also want to ensure that moderation works in tandem with the realities of the times, in a way that protects the interests of the insured parties. We also have to enhance our IT infrastructure, and of course the IPPRSB will be much more active going forward to ensure that there is a honest, transparent and sustainable balance sheet going forward. And of course, to ensure all of this, we have to ensure that traffic, which is a major part of the non-life, can be strengthened. Of course, we, together with the members, with the deputy chairman, this has always been our priority. Traffic has always been our priority, and we have shared this with you as well. We are very much aware that unless and until we can resolve the issues around traffic, we won't be in a position to respond to the needs of sustainability or profitability or competitiveness in the industry. We are very much aware of those necessities. Therefore, we are also aware that we need to promote the industry. We need to make people aware of what we're doing. There has been a paradigm shift. Basically, we have introduced for the first time that now the pricing works in terms of steps, and there was avoidance, so we have worked around that as well. So let this be the good news. Finally, the legislative draft is ready. The circular is ready, and we will be discussing this in our first meeting. However, the traffic proposition platform, we don't want it to be used or to be the first resort. We want it to be the last resort. We want the market to be an active player here. We're working on the tariffs as well within the IPPRSB. But of course, the companies, it's for the companies to put their hands in. We don't want the platform to be actively used. We don't want to enlarge the platform or the pool. Why are we doing this? We're doing this because we think unless and until we take the radical measures needed, of course, we can't move forward. We're very much aware of the challenges that are confronting the actors. We have already enacted measures about equivalent parts, so we're taking other measures as well, which means that the traffic issue will no longer be an issue. You won't be taking 40-50 minutes to handle these claims. My request is for you to get in the field, to talk to the customer, to be on ground level so that you're in touch and contact with your counterparties. Esteemed Minister, I'm sure will also talk about this, but digitalization has been talked about a lot in the middle term plan. But I would also like to say that we need new blood in the industry. We need young minds, and we are focusing on recruitment going forward. So in an effort to do this, we are getting in touch with senior year university students to come and have work placements in the industry. We're working with various universities, about 30 departments within these universities, so that these young people have something to look forward to. And also it is, of course, a young blood, a new blood for our companies as well, in all range of insurance companies and insurance areas. We're trying to touch base with all of these areas. We have business plans for all of them. Mr. Uğur has, of course, started off very dynamically as well. We're in touch with them as well. And all the projects that have been generated in the past will be enhanced with his dynamism going forward. Maraş earthquake has been at the top of our agenda, and it has to stay on top of our agenda. We should never forget, because it has taught us very important lessons. Of course, as soon as the earthquake happened, our chairman is here, and all of you, we were all on the field responding to the needs, claims of our insurance holders. Of course, our government, our state was behind us. However, what we need to do at this point, dear guests, is that the lessons learned from the Maraş earthquake need to be utilized for the probable earthquakes that are awaiting us. I'm not going to say possible. I'm consciously making a decision to say probable, because the Istanbul earthquake, the Marmara earthquake, they are upon us. We don't have even a single minute to lose. We have to act imminently, because the state is not in a position to act upon everything. So we need to take up some of that burden from the state. We need to act upon our responsibilities so that we can be ready as a sector, as a country, for the probable earthquakes that are upon us. And of course, for civil risks, the decision will not be upon you anymore. It will be upon us, so that we can avoid any problems for the insurance holders. We also need to take some certain radical measures. I think the industry needs to understand that insurance is a serious business, because it is there to protect all your investments. In Maraş earthquake, we've seen some very interesting things. There was a company which has built a $200 million shopping mall, and they are not sure if they hold a policy to cover any losses. They call us to see if there is an existing policy that they can claim of. So going forward, I think it's upon every single investor, every single industrialist, to be naive about these things. I think we also need to prevent any such thing happening. This is our #1 responsibility. We need to work on our distribution channels. We need to enhance our distribution channels. The way distribution channel works, it can't respond to the country's need. We need to make it more active, more functional. We also need to reach the SMEs. 2/3 of the SMEs don't have package policies. We've seen this in Maraş. They have built 1,000 accommodation units. They don't have any active policies. Of course, we need to act upon all of these problems, because the state is not in a position to act upon all of these necessities. We have started working with companies to see if there is any solvency issues. We are also actively monitoring the reassurance ratios. And Maraş earthquake has been an acid test for us to see that the solvency and capital adequacy ratios work well enough And the Maraş earthquake wasn't negative for the industry overall, but of course, Istanbul earthquake will not be the same. The impact will be much different. So we need to make sure that we retain our profits, we enhance our solvency ratio so that we can respond to these disasters when and as they happen without any problems. Of course, we also talk about revision and exchange for revision. And if there is an earthquake, this is what we're facing. And I think we're in a better situation compared to Maraş. Kasko ratio was 27% in Maraş. In Istanbul, we're at 34%. But on the SME side, they had a larger problem. On the DASK side, we have high ratios, which is quite pleasing. But this isn't enough. These levels are not enough. I think we need to work together in tandem to make sure that these numbers go up. On the reassurance side, of course, we are aware of our responsibilities, Mr. Uğur, and we are here to take care of these. We are here to support the government, the state, to ensure that urban regeneration insurances are underwritten as well. We need to relieve the process. Esteemed audience, it's very important for us to be here, all in this room, celebrating the Insurance Week, marking the Insurance Week. Of course, there are many issues confronting us, like the climate change. We've been talking about the climate change for a very long time, but I think this is the year that we are seeing some drastic changes, dramatic risks posed by it. There are floods, unbelievable floods taking place overall, globally, also domestically within Turkey, in the Black Sea region. We have seen examples recently over the summer. We, all of us in this country, need you, the brokers, the insurance companies. We need to support our people, our country. That's why we're here. I hope that the Insurance Week will be there to mark our awareness, our consciousness, so that we can cope with the realities of probable earthquakes. With this, I'd like to close my words by extending my gratitude to all of you, and I hope that by way of marking this week, we will be in a much better position to cope with the realities of the future. Esteemed Mr. Mehmet Akif Erol, thank you very much for your address. If you ask me about what stood out for me from Mr. Erol's speech, I would say that the real industry will have to realize going forward that the insurance cannot be neglected and it should not be taken as a cheap side cost. I think this is also a matter for the agents, the brokers as well. I think it should be on top of our agendas going forward. I would now like to invite Mr. Osman Çelik, Republic of Turkey, Deputy Minister for Economy and Treasury. Esteemed Minister, it's a pleasure and honor having you on stage. Esteemed audience, dear members of the industry, esteemed stakeholders, dear members of press, I would like to extend my kindest regards to all of you. We are here today to mark the 12th Insurance Week. It's a pleasure for me to be here. It's also a pleasure to see that we have such high participation on this day. It is also an embodiment of the respect that you all pay to the industry. It is also remarkable that the theme of the year is about the Maraş earthquake and earthquake preparedness in the wake of the Maraş earthquake. Of course, the Marmara earthquake risk is imminently upon us, and this also, of course, makes it a top priority for the industry to focus on. The earthquakes that we have witnessed this year, of course, is another marker of how important the topic is. In the recent years, we have seen many examples of increasing geopolitical tension as well as pandemics. Global commerce, supply problems have been detrimental for the industries. We have also seen that the climate change has created catastrophic natural events, natural disasters, which meant that they were very big tests for the global economy. Despite all of these global problems, the industry grew 5.5% in 2022 and have reached 906 billion Turkish lira, and our economy has thus closed the year being the 19th biggest economy of the world. Despite all of these problems and earthquakes, our economy has been robust, and in the first half, we have grown by 4.9%. Also looking forward into the next 3 years, our medium-term plan has been announced. As part of the plan, we want to adopt an inclusive and sustainable growth strategy, and our policy in terms of fiscal and financial measures, our monetary policy, and our structural reformation measures have also been shared as part of this plan. Our goal is to reduce the inflation rate to single-digit figures going forward, and that will be our priority. Also, one of the major components of the plan is to make sure that the disaster insurance management is materialized. As you all know, in the first few days of 2023, our esteemed president has announced the TÜRKİYE's vision, and this was an effort to kickstart our efforts to make this a reality for our country. Of course, one of the measures we're taking is to make sure that the markets operate in a sustainable, inclusive, and stable manner. So financial engineering to make this a reality is already underway. We also know that the insurance and private pension industry contributes to our economy tremendously. I always say this. I share my thoughts on this with the president as well. Still, despite all the efforts, we are still below our potential as an industry. And the more we are on the ground, the more active we are, connecting with our counterparties, with our customers, with our policyholders, I think the more we will be successful in the growth of the industry. With our industry, of course, helps with the growth of the economy. It also creates long-term funds for the economy in an effort to deepen and expand the sector.
Also, the macro-financial stability, bringing down inflation to one-digit levels, are the basis of our middle-term economic plan, and they're very important to create the institutional structure in the industry. Since 2011, we have started new applications like the DASK system, insurance pool, and Turkish reinsurance company and government's refunding and reimbursement and private risks management center and Turkish Insurance Limited, and lastly the establishment of STDK, we have strengthened our institutional structure. Due to the earthquake disasters, one of the mostly discussed topics is our task structure, and we have fulfilled our responsibility since the establishment day, and we have given 33.7 billion Turkish lira worth of coverage. And the number of insurance policies, obligatory earthquake insurance policies, reached to 59% of insurance coverage, and it's important that we take it to even higher levels. We also have the agricultural insurance sector. There are risks threatening the agriculture sector, and they are under coverage. Tarsim, the agricultural insurance, paid 16 million Turkish lira worth of coverage, and we have paid back 3 billion Turkish lira. Also, we want to protect more our agriculture industry, so that's why we expand the coverage in that field. Also, to protect the insured ones, we formed an insurance arbitration committee which facilitates a fast resolution to the conflicts, and it's very satisfying for us to see that this is very functional. To cover the risks, we have established the Turkish Reinsurance Association. The capacity problems are visible in the Turkish reinsurance market, but it's very meaningful that we have established this in Turkey. Especially the Turkish-Ukraine war created a major food crisis, and this reinsurance agency played an important role to cover the risks in that front. Also, the participation of our workers into the private pension schemes is very important. The development of the participation insurance companies are closely followed. This continues with our draft work for legal legislation, and once our Parliament starts working again, we will try to finalize this framework draft law for participation insurance. In 2023, we have executed the private pension government subsidies to 30%. To increase the participation ratio, we have started to practice the automatic participation, also including people under 15 years of age, and people over 45 can also join the private pensions. Also, the deposited payments in the private pension fund, the individual public fund, can also be used as a collateral for bank credits. We have taken multiple steps to develop the sector. The number of the participants is 15 million people, and the portfolio, the funds have reached 16 billion Turkish lira. We're working harder to increase that number, and in the days to come, we have steps to take, which I want to share with you now. In the TÜRKİYE century, the steps that we're going to take are concretely expressed in the middle term plan, and especially DASK will be expanded and converted to include the other disasters. We will have a disaster insurance mechanism which will protect all our citizens to cover all the disasters. In cooperation with SDDK, we are working on this. We also are working on converting the private pension system with the contribution of the employers. It will become a second stage retirement. This is one of the novelties that we plan to complete in the days to come. One other thing is, since we have a demographic change and aging population, we need more of a complementary long-term care insurance that we are already working on. In the urban transformation projects, we are also working on revising the legislation infrastructure to increase the building responsibility. Insurance will be one of the topics that we will discuss in the days to come, that we aim to put into practice. One other thing is to have the participation insurance ecosystem and infrastructure will be developed, so we have an innovative, comprehensive, and dynamic participation finance system, and we shall continue to support the fintechs, and we put an emphasis on them. Just like it was mentioned in the previous speeches, the ratio of the working young population is very high, so this increases the demand for new services. And just like the entire world, we also need to include digitalization into our agenda. When we want to expand insurance, it's impossible to expand without digitalization's expansion, and it will be impossible to transfer, to tell the youth of today about insurance. So we need to take important steps on that front as well. And here, insurance and private pension sector invests in this field. I know this, but this needs to be even further expanded, and we need innovative products in our sector, and we believe that this will encompass our new working youth groups. And esteemed guests, in the past 20 years, with all kinds of achievement and success in multiple fields, allowed us to take even more stronger steps. In the leadership of our president, we are dedicated to build Turkey's century in a strong and sustainable way. So the insurance sector will help us to create new fields of opportunity, and I am sure that I believe that you will make best use of new opportunities. As the Ministry of Treasury and Finance, and with our regulatory agency, I believe that we will contribute to our country. So on that front, I would like to thank to all our partners, all our staff, all our executives. I would like to thank them all. I hope I wish that our contribution to our country shall increase, and I hope this Insurance Week will be beneficial for all parties related. Greeting you with much love and respect. Esteemed Deputy Minister, can we please keep you on the stage for a little while longer? I would like to invite the chairman of Insurance Association of Turkey, Mr. Urgulen, to the stage as well. We will have a little ceremony for presenting the plaques to our Deputy Minister and also to the chairman of SCDDK. We have one more to Mr. Mehmet Akif Eroğlu, to the chairman of SCDDK. Thank you so much to our Deputy Minister and our Chairman, to Mr. Uğur. Thank you so much. Let's have a family picture, shall we?
Daha doğrusu zirve fotoğrafı, ikinci uluslararası sigorta zirve fotoğrafı çekiliyor. Buyurun efendim. Çok teşekkür ediyoruz.
Thank you so much.
Çok teşekkürler.
Thank you so much.
Hemen bir küçük aramız var.
We have a short coffee break. Let's have a breather and then we will rejoin.
Okay, so we have concluded the opening speeches. So from this point onwards, we'll kickstart with our panels.
Aslında ilk bölümü biraz özetlemeye gerek yok. Gerek var mı bilmiyorum ama
I'm not sure if we need a recap of the first session. We had the IPP SRB head, we had the deputy minister talk, and they have given us signals for the way forward. I think they put forward quite significant points for the industry.
artık yavaş yavaş APP'nin yarattığı etkileri konuşmaya başlayacağız. Panelimiz
So, in this session, we'll start talking about
bölümün katkısı olarak
the role
uluslararası katılımcıların
of the industry in natural disasters, the role of insurers, contribution of insurers in catastrophic disasters, and lessons learned. We have Mr. Özgülovalı as the moderator of the session. If we could please have Mr. Obalı on stage.
biraz sonra konuşmacıları panelistlere takdim edeyim.
And then I will be in a position to invite the speakers.
Evet, panelistlerimiz
Our panelists today
Sigorta Şirketleri Birliği Genel Müdürü
are Elina
Elina Papaspirapoulou.
Papaspirapoulou, from the Association of Greek Insurance Companies,
Türkiye Başkan Vekili Sayın Mehmet Üvez.
Mr. Mehmet Üveys, head of EBRD in Turkey.
Efendim diğer iki konuşmacımız, panelistimiz online olarak
Our
bağlanıyor.
two other panelists will be connecting online
Hayata
via Zoom. The first one is Hayata Komado.
ekranda.
You see him on the screen. Hi.
Diğer konuğumuz
Our other speaker,
Sigorta Konseyi İcra Kurulu Başkanı ve Küresel Sigorta Birliği Federasyonu
head of governing board of the Australian Association of Insurers, Mr. Tim Grafton. Hi, Tim.
Özgür Bey, söz sizde. Buyurun efendim.
Mr. Özgür, the floor is yours. Can you all hear me okay? First of all, please excuse if I'm a bit nervous today. It's really very nice to be here on this very significant day. I'd like to extend my kindest regards to all of you, and also for the fact that it is giving us a chance to talk about the significance of the Insurance Week. I would also like to thank our esteemed minister for being here, also the chairman of the IPP RSP for not for being with us today. Of course, they have talked about this, but I would like to reiterate the importance of the Insurance Week. The sole purpose of this week is to promote the industry as a whole, as well as increase awareness within the society. And of course, this was meant to be earlier in the year, but due to the Kahramanmaraş earthquake, we had to postpone it to September. Traditionally, it is celebrated in the last week of May. And of course, every year with your feedback, with your insight, we aim to enhance our efforts, and we want to make it a traditional sort of awareness week for us. Of course, in the aftermath of the Maraş earthquake, we wanted to focus this session on the natural disasters and the impact of natural catastrophes on the industry. This will be the main theme of the session and of the event as well. We want to talk about what sort of efforts we can put in, what needs to change, and what needs to happen going forward. So with these opening words, I would like to introduce my panelists to you. We have a very esteemed board of panelists. We have Mr. Takamo from Japan. He represents the Life Insurance Association. Of course, the industry is very large in Japan, so they have two separate associations for life and non-life. He's a member of the board for the Life Insurance Association of Japan. He started working in the industry in 1988. He assumed various roles within the society, within the association and the industry. And he was assigned as the head of the consultation office in 2018. And in 1988, he graduated from university. Our second speaker is from Greece, a very good friend of mine. We also served on the executive committee together, Elena, from our close neighbor, Greece. Thank you for being here. She's a graduate of the Cappadocia University of Athens. She also studied further at Leibniz University from Germany. She was assigned to this position in April last year, and I'd like to congratulate her once again for her current role. She's also a member of the board of the Greek Insurance Works Institute. We also have the Mr. Mehmet Güvez from EBRD. He's the head of country representing EBRD in Turkey. He was assigned to this role in January 2022. He resides in Ankara. He came all the way here to be with us today. He also assumed various roles in the Treasury. It's a pleasure and an honor to have you both here today. And we have Tim Grafton as our last but not least speaker from New Zealand. Of course, Japan as well as New Zealand are disaster-prone countries, earthquake-prone countries. So we want to hear their experiences. He currently serves as the chairman of the Global Association of Insurance. He also served in various consultancy roles to the government. Once again, thank you very much for joining us today, Mr. Grafton. So I'd like to start the panel. So if we could please have 15 minutes each for each speaker in the first session, in the first round, and then with a follow-up 5 minutes for each speaker in the second round, and then we'll open the floor for questions and answers. So first of all, I'd like to start with Hayato. Mr. Hayato Takoda, thank you very much.
Could you please tell us about your association, maybe in the first impression, and then maybe we would like to hear your experiences of big disasters. We know that Japan is also very vulnerable according to these earthquake disasters as well, and we know that last several natural disasters occurred in March 11th in 2011. The event began with a powerful earthquake and initiated a series of large tsunami. Could you tell us how did the Japanese insurance industry responded to this event, and what are the main lessons you have taken from these events? Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for your kind introduction. I'm Hayato Komada with the Life Insurance Association of Japan, or the LIAJ. I'd first like to briefly take a moment to express my condolences to all the victims of Turkey's devastating earthquake in February. Today, I'll be talking about the LIAJ's experience with the 2011 Great East Japan earthquake. how we dealt with the situation on the ground and its aftermath. While the situation may differ in each country or region, I really hope our discussion today will contribute to improving how we deal with natural catastrophes by sharing our experience. Here's today's agenda. I'll cover four main topics. Okay, let us begin with a brief introduction of our organization, the LIAJ. This slide covers the overview of the LIAJ. I'll not go over all the details in this slide, but would like to emphasize that all 42 life insurers in Japan are members of the LIAJ. And we have a very long history. We reached our 110th anniversary in 2018. People live long in Japan, but companies live long as well. Moving on. In this slide, I'd like to talk about the earthquake's overall damages and human casualties. On March 11th, 2011, massive earthquake with magnitude of 9.0 struck off the coast of Miyagi Prefecture, the largest earthquake in Japan's recorded history. The fact that it was the largest on scale caused damage over a very wide area, and it also generated a huge tsunami with a maximum wave height of more than 10 meters and a maximum run-up wave height of 40 meters, devastating coastal areas. Japan frequently experiences earthquakes, but the damage of the 2011 earthquake were mostly caused by the massive tsunami instead of collapsing buildings or tremors. Now, we will watch a short video clip of the devastation to give you a better idea. The earthquake caused approximately 15,900 people to lose their lives. Moreover, the receding tides pulled people out into the ocean. causing many people to go missing. After 3 months, there were around 8,000 people missing with over 100,000 evacuees. This resulted in many cases where the policyholders, insured individuals, and beneficiaries passed away simultaneously, making these cases even more important to identify the proper beneficiary. As the tsunami caused many people to go missing, it was also difficult to properly file claims and receive benefit payments since they were unable to verify the status of the missing people. Furthermore, many people traveled to distant evacuation sites, making it harder to communicate with them. On top of the massive number of victims, this unique situation made it even more challenging. Moving on. From here, I would like to introduce the overview of LIAJ responses and lessons learned. The life insurance industry's various measures responded to the damage caused by the earthquake, as the primary focus was on the importance of appropriate insurance claims and benefit payments. This meant that we used very possible resources to achieve our responsibility. Earthquake-related payments around to over 21,027 cases, totaling over $1 billion. This led to a reaffirmation of the significance of life insurance, which also contributed to the improvement of the reliability of the industry as a whole. This also resulted in the industry and insurers to apply the lessons learned from the disaster to day-to-day business operations, which enhanced the overall level of business operations and services as well. Next, I'll talk about the concrete response measures. Here, I'd like to especially emphasize how the LIAJ enabled the response measures by being a vital platform for cooperation. As companies vary in business models and sizes, it was essential to quickly tackle difficult tasks without leaving any companies behind while raising the overall quality of these measures. In the beginning of the disaster, our first priority was to provide daily relief and support to those who are worried about receiving insurance payments and making premium payments. From this perspective, two measures were decided. We first extended the grace period for premium payments. For monthly life premium, there is typically a 1-month grace period beyond the payment due date, in which the contract expired thereafter. But given the situation, this grace period was extended by up to 9 months. Next, for benefit payments, the filing process was simplified, requiring less documents than usual. This process also made sure that appropriate payments were made. Our member companies focus on thoroughly confirming the safety of the people and policyholders in the affected regions by leveraging every possible resource. Member companies assigned 26,000 staff members in total to provide guidance for the necessary process. Salespersons and agencies, even though they were disaster victims themselves each, went to customers at their homes and evacuation sites, confirming their safety and assisted them by explaining the required process. Although face-to-face sales channels in Japan are sometimes criticized as inefficient, the entire cost of the process from insurance distribution to full completion of payment is very different compared to general goods and services. I think everyone could agree on this idea, and I reaffirm this, especially through this experience. Next is the disaster-focused policy inquiry system. This system was established shortly after the earthquake as a way to help people without any means of verifying existing policies for missing or departed policyholders. The system works by the LIAJ receiving the inquiries first and having member companies verify the policies. Approximately 6,800 individuals made inquiries, resulting in 63% finding their policies. This system proved to be highly valuable, especially in such a challenging situation. Now, about reaching out to people and policyholders in the affected regions. By using various methods to deliver necessary information to the victims scattered across different evacuation sites, we asked local authorities to coordinate our efforts. Initially, we focused on evacuation sites and later to temporary housing facilities or public housing to reach out to the evacuees. We also worked on public relations activities by providing essential information to the victim through local radio programs and local authority newsletters. At the time in Japan, everyone wanted to help the victims, and we asked the authority for help to assist them in the best possible way. And we were promptly able to build a relationship of cooperation with them. Moving on, the establishment of the cross-industry-wide database. There are cases where it is challenging for individual insurance companies to gather the necessary information to determine benefit payments. So the LIAJ decided to establish a cross-industry-wide database that compiled information on the departed in the affected regions. This enabled policies to be identified, facilitating further communication related to filing claims and receiving benefit payments. Moving on, this slide covers our request to the government and local authorities. Previously, I mentioned the cooperation between local authorities, which was also true with the government. As seen in this slide, number 3 and 4, we asked the government to help with the difficulties related to the benefit payment process, and we solved these issues by receiving help from the government. For the sake of time, I'll not go into the details, but could address these issues during the Q&A session. Next. On the concrete example of enhancement based on lessons learned. Based on our 2011 earthquake experience, we have reviewed the disaster response manual. We also shared the details of disaster response and practices among our member companies. Each individual member company also reviewed its BCP and services. Some examples are listed here. As my final remarks, this slide summarizes how we pass on our experience and lessons learned from this aspect. For the first and second points, I believe that strengthening customer support and continuously striving to work on appropriate responses can lead to a renewed understanding of the significance and role of insurance. This can also lead to the best preparation for the next major disaster that may come our way. For the third point, I mentioned at the beginning, the earthquake resulted in a large number of casualties, missing people, and evacuees due to the tsunami. In terms of the life insurance business, this experience foretells the future of an increasingly aging society, where collecting information or making the payment process rapidly difficult due to issues arising from such environment. In this sense, it is really important that we apply the lessons learned from the 2011 earthquake to our day-to-day business operations and services. Before ending my presentation, I would like to take this opportunity to share a very exciting announcement. As you can see in this slide, Japan's FSA will be hosting an event related to our discussion today. It is unfortunate that I'm not able to see you all in person today, but I hope I will see you all in Tokyo this November. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you very much, Hayato. I mean, thank you very much for the invitation as well. We try to be there, hopefully. Şunu belirtmek isterim. Gerçekten hani burada da dinlediğimizde
I would like to say that, our experience all lead us in the same direction. What we learn from these natural disasters, despite all the sociological differences or societal differences, of course, the learned lessons are quite similar across the world. This, once again, shows us that despite the fact that Japan is a much more experienced country in terms of insurance, we can still learn from their experiences in terms of being more proactive, responding to inquiries, helping our customer base or policyholders with extra measures. And I would like to congratulate our industry here in Turkey for doing these properly as well. Okay, our second speaker is Elena.
we are very sorry for what you have recently faced in Greece as well. I mean, recent catastrophic events. We are aware of it, so please accept our condolences. Even, I mean, you have these events in Greece. You are currently in discussion with the Greek state to formulate proposals for the establishment of a mandatory framework of the property insurance in Greece against not-cat events, followed by a draft scheme of public and private cooperation. What's your proposals for this? Can you please give us a little bit highlight? Thank you very much, Elena.
Of course, thank you. Thank you, Özgür. Good morning to you. Good morning to all. A warm thank to the Turkish Association of Insurance Companies, and especially to my friend Özgür and your team for this kind invitation. It's a real honor to be here today with you. So last month, Greece has suffered a lot of disasters. Actually, a lot of floods, a lot of wildfires. This expect to be the most severe catastrophe in the latest history of Greece. It's one of these cases where actually imagination exceeds reality, which is something that we see more and more, unfortunately, the last decades. The fortunate thing, the positive thing, is that we are in a dialogue with the state, which is something very positive and not common for Greece. No, it's okay, I'm fine. Since 2013, our association has already drafted a proposal for insuring homes against natural disasters. This proposal was drafted together in cooperation with international insurance brokers. And we have studied in detail a lot of systems that apply in other countries. Our proposal has a key element, and this is the partnership between the public and the private sector, and consists of two phases of implementation. So in phase one, we propose a combination of actions. Firstly, we think that the systematic information and education of the citizens about the risk of the area that they inhabit, about the hazards that they are exposed to, about the need to take preventing protection measures, and to make plans to insure their properties. This action, we believe, that will help the citizens to be aware of the need for protection. And this is an action that we have to do to cooperate together with the state in order to inform and to train all the people. As a second step, we think that incentives should be provided. We had a very good development recently in Greece, and in case a household is insured, then there is a decrease in the property tax that you pay to the state. This is one measure. Further measures, we believe, that need to be implemented. For example, a higher tax relief, or a deduction from the citizens' taxable income, or even a reduction of the insurance tax applied in all insurance policies. The efficiency of all the above actions of our first phase, of our first step, for closing this insurance protection gap, which is really, really big in Greece. Imagine that only 15% of the households are insured for cat nat risks. So out of the 6.5 million homes, only 1 million is insured, and this is mainly due to bank obligations, to bank loans. So you can imagine that we are totally uninsured. So we should regularly evaluate if these incentives have a result, so if more and more people are insured. This has to be done in cooperation with the state. And then in a second phase, and if we see that the previous combination of measures don't have the result that we want, then we propose a mandatory insurance scheme through private and public partnership. So the households to be insured against earthquake, flood, and wildfires. The insurance could be provided by the insurance companies. Each operator should make its own underwriting and decide on its own premium. Alternatively, what we can do, and if this is approved by our state, is to propose a co-insurance scheme with the state, so a state pool, so probably similar to what you have already done for many years. So in this case, we could maximize the capacity and provide a guarantee mechanism, and also control the premium, probably. According to our proposal, the insurance should be universal for all households, and there is also a discussion that has already started. Since last week, our Prime Minister announced that there is going to be a scheme for mandatory insurance for enterprises, so for legal entities all over Greece, exceeding a turnover of 2 million euro. So this opens another door. This is something new. This is something that we are already considering, and we are in discussion with the state of how this can be implemented.
Thank you very much indeed. I mean, in fact, the mandatory scheme is very promising. I mean, we have to also maybe model it because we have the same problem in terms of the business units as well.
It is, but I think we should also address the need of the smaller companies to be insured.
Sure.
So this is something we should have in mind.
I mean, yeah, the big companies are also much more corporate of systems, so they are much more aware of what they are facing. But really, ilginç olan şu ki aslında bakarsan.
What is interesting is actually two things are important. What I got from what Elena said, to increase the awareness, it is important. One thing is to increase the awareness. The other one is to make insurance accessible. So once you overcome these two main obstacles in terms of the society, to increase the rate of insurance will be possible. The Turkish scene is pretty similar as well, and we have to improve that front against the possible risks. It's not only about earthquakes, and as we see, they also have a more expansive system. Floods and wildfires are at the forefront, unfortunately.
Mehmet Bey, üçüncü sırada.
So you are the third person. EBRD plays a very important role and function. So in terms of EBRD's post-earthquake, it's not only about earthquakes, but I'm focusing on it because our topic is the earthquakes. So can you tell us a bit more about the role of EBRD in the post-earthquake period? And what kind of roles can the insurance sector play in terms of building more earthquake-resistant buildings? You just came back from the earthquake region. Your experience is very fresh and up to date. So can you please share your impressions? Thank you so much, first of all, for your invitation. And as you mentioned in your introductory speech, I'm not from the sector, but I'm here to represent the international institutions perspective. This is my second year with you, and it's very important to talk about this. I want to also share my condolences to Elena about the wildfires and the following floods. We see a chain of disasters. The same is true for Turkey and Morocco and Greece. These are all the active regions that EBRD works. And as you said, there is an international panel, but I have observations as a person who just got back from the region, the earthquake region, and how can we evolve it as a member of an international agency is what I'm going to try to combine. As you said, as a bank, EBRD is active in Turkey since 2009, and we have 18.5 million euro in investments, and we're proud to announce that Turkey is the largest part of our investments. Of course, this comes with certain liabilities, responsibilities, and we announced a support package for Türkiye government with the World Bank and the United Nations Development Program had a total assessment. The total loss was calculated. We also worked on contributing to that, both in Turkey and in the international arena. We strive to bring a contribution to Turkey. We first approved a $1.5 million support package to Turkey, and our impressions to Turkey. Our chairman of SEDDK mentioned it already, but to inform our international panelists as well, it was an area as big as Greece or Hungary, so that you have some comparison context. And we had the opportunity to observe it. We have seen more than 300,000 buildings collapsed, and we know that so many of other buildings are prone to collapse. In Hatay region especially, almost all the buildings collapsed, and for kilometers long regions there was no livable space. 2 million people left the region, and 2 million people live in container cities now. That's what we observed. And many people, just like our Japanese colleague mentioned, which is important, they're traumatized. It's not only about survival, lots of surgeries, loss of bodily parts or organs, and also the children are unfortunately very much impacted. They lost their parents, families, siblings, and they also need to get very serious interventions. EBRD mostly works with private institutions as an international organization, and we went there to listen to the private companies, and we had the opportunity to closely interact with them and get the feedback. Of course, they are wounded. Of course, they are damaged, but there's also a problem about the labor force. The labor force has left the region. Education, accommodation, and health services are the main reasons for them fleeing the region. And unless these are repaired or replaced, it is not easy to expect more labor force to work in the industry, in the factories, or elsewhere. The main challenge is about labor force. And our interactions and work with the trade and commerce associations showed us that we need to focus more on SMEs. Our big industry companies use them as suppliers, and for them to get back into the supply chain, we need to help them. And all the traders, commercial companies, industrialists share with us. Also, the international finance agencies should be encouraged to work on that. On the public part, one of the major areas of work is reconstruction recovery. The infrastructure needs a lot of repair and replacement. We talk with almost every metropolitan mayors, and the infrastructure needs for water, waste water, and the budget restrictions make it impossible for the government to do all of this. And we are coordinating amongst us as international agencies. We will come up with some finance packages. But this phase in the coming days will prioritize this. Also, there is not a decrease in the investment appetite of private sector to that region, and there is a very strong incentive package announced by the government. Maybe prolonging this, expanding this will be useful for the sector. Lastly, the details of the finance package is what I want to share with you, apart from the opportunity of partnering with the insurance industry. We have a 750 million euro worth of finance package for our municipalities, for energy investments and infrastructure, and etc. We hope that there shall not be another earthquake, because there's a main need for liquidity from that region via our banks. We are cooperating with 5 major banks, but we aim to increase our portfolio. We will have a disaster framework worth 650 million euros so that we can help the individuals and SMEs and corporates. We have already funneled it to them immediately, but we are in contact with the finance institutions, and I am sure our first dialogues with the insurance companies will help us. Just like we spoke last year about the risks with the climate risks and others, it calls for close cooperation for the investment banks, other financial institutions, and insurers. So with this credit lines being open again and protection against risks, what kind of things should we think of? Can you please elaborate? Actually, this in our direct financing, in all our private company investments, we do this, and I'm happy to announce, which is actually very important. Thanks for reminding. Right after the earthquake, we had a quick analysis with our 30 major companies. We have investment financing, and with our policies and with their seriousness, we didn't have major downtimes in business activities, and these good practices must be transferred to SMEs and much smaller companies. This is what we are planning to do, and I think we'll be in close cooperation on these fronts as well. And now we would like to give the mic to Tim. Thanks so okay.
I mean, as New Zealand, can you hear us, first of all? Yeah, as New Zealand insurers, you are not stranger for these severe natural disasters, I know. From September 2010 to December 2011, there were not 4 major strikes plus 56 earthquakes, I think, from over the magnitude of 5, as we have in Turkey as well. I mean, the recent one is 4.6, I think, 2 days ago, the aftershocks. I'd like to know your opinion on the role of insurance in terms of mitigating these risks, the impacts of such big and serious disasters. It is very hard even in one event, but you face serious events as well. What would you like to share with us from your experiences from the Christchurch earthquakes, which was a strong one, we know it, and floods of 2023 that you recently has faced? What can you insurers do, and what they cannot do? This, can you brief us? Thank you very much. The floor is yours, Tim.
Thank you very much, Osgur. I hope that you can hear me, and thank you also to the Turkish Insurance Association for inviting me to participate at your conference to offer some views on our own experiences of catastrophe and to share some of the lessons that we have learned. I would like to start by providing some context about New Zealand, our experiences of the earthquakes of 2010 through to the end of 2012 in Christchurch, our second largest city. Before I proceed to do so, we also have a public-private partnership for covering residential property in New Zealand. It works for every person that takes out fire insurance on their home. It is mandatory for them to pay a levy to pay for the first loss that is met by the publicly funded Earthquake Commission. So if there's an earthquake, the Earthquake Commission pays the first 300,000 New Zealand dollars worth of damage to a property, and the primary insurer takes the layer above that with reinsurance, of course, as well. And the Earthquake Commission purchases reinsurance. Our country is highly exposed to natural hazards. We are located either side of 2 tectonic plates, the Australian and Pacific plates. You can see the tectonic boundary line runs more or less from the northeast of our country through to the southwest of the country. And the Pacific plate is subducting. It is moving underneath the Australian plate at the rate of 40 millimeters a year in the northeast and 38 millimeters a year in the southwest. These conditions are very similar to the catastrophic earthquake that triggered the disaster in Japan in 2011. In many parts of our country, we experience earthquakes almost every day, and thankfully most of them are very small and do no damage. This slide shows the seismic activity that was recorded a month before our catastrophic earthquakes that hit Christchurch in 2010 and over the following 2 years. This picture here, a month before the earthquake, showed nothing unusual. You might see this in New Zealand today anywhere. We had 4 major events that occurred. The first one was 4th of September 2010, 7.1 magnitude earthquake with a depth of 11 kilometers with a gravitational acceleration and ground liquefaction experiences. A smaller earthquake some months later was the most damaging It was very shallow, 6 kilometers depth, and with gravitational acceleration of twice that of gravity. So the upward thrust through the ground to buildings was twice that of gravity pull down to earth. We had further earthquakes in June 2011 and at the end of 2011. And Zozgur identified 56 quakes greater than magnitude 5, and altogether 12,000 earthquakes in that period from 2010 to 2014. Land stability factors meant that rebuilding could not start for almost 2 years because of the constant shaking of the ground and the high levels of damage that were incurred. This picture here shows you the earthquakes that occurred over that period. So the first earthquake occurred to the west of the city and progressively moved toward the east, toward the city, with the most damaging earthquake occurring in February 2011. We have also experienced catastrophic floods this year, and so in a period of 2 weeks, in late January and early February, we experienced 2 extreme weather events. Each one of them, on their own, would have been the largest ever insured loss due to extreme weather in New Zealand. In our largest city, Auckland, we experienced over 260 millimeters of rain in 24 hours. And this happened at a time when the ground was already saturated from rain earlier in the month. And apart from flooding, many landslides occurred too. This chart illustrates our insured losses from extreme weather events going back to 1968. You can see from this chart that for many years the pattern of insured losses was low, rarely exceeding 200 New Zealand million dollars in a single year. Losses that would never have troubled the reinsurers. In the past 10 years, you can see a slight increase in the trend of increased weather-related losses for insurance. But this year, in 2023, we have experienced almost 4 billion New Zealand dollars in losses, 2 billion approximately from each of the 2 events I referred to, with total economic losses in the order of $12 billion. This means for a small country where previously our insurers' narrative to reinsurers globally was that we have high seismic risk, but we are quite capable of managing flood risk. Suddenly we have now had events that rely upon reinsurance cover because of the catastrophic level of loss. This means for a small country facing multiple natural hazards, we must become more resilient to reduce the impact of those natural hazards. Getting the support to invest in resilience, though, is always challenging. That is why the number one lesson we have learned from catastrophe is never to waste the opportunity to persuade authorities to invest in greater resilience to reduce the risks of natural hazards, whether that be earthquakes or floods. After disaster strikes, everyone is united on recovery and the need to avoid a recurrence of what has happened. The political will to fund resilience is never stronger than after a disaster. It is critical, though, that in the drive to rehouse people, that we build back better and avoid the tragedy of rebuilding only to have the same thing happen again in future. Insurers can provide vital input to more resilient decision-making. By providing claims data and loss data and overlaying that on hazard models, we can provide a picture of areas to avoid rebuilding or to provide insights into avoiding certain types of building design. If decisions are made to relocate from areas of high risk after an event because mitigation may not be possible, the insurance payment can be used to offset what government pays to relocate people. If decision makers are considering changes to earthquake building standards or infrastructural investments to reduce flood risk, then by talking to the insurance sector, they can gain insights into what levels of resilience they should design to that will support affordable insurance. To achieve these kinds of outcomes, close collaboration between insurers, banks, central and local government, as well as building designers and developers, is needed. And often you need a catastrophe to bring everybody together. Another lesson we have learned after catastrophe strikes is the benefit of pre-event scenario planning. Scenario planning must involve more than just first responders and providers of lifeline services. It must involve the insurance sector, whose ability to settle claims quickly plays a vital role in the economic and social recovery of devastated regions. The impact of a catastrophe lasts a long time and extends beyond saving lives and restoring essential services. It is critical to provide insurers with access to damaged areas and that they are provided with the information by central or local authorities so they can support their customers and contribute to that economic recovery. After a disaster strikes, the ability to share data to inform the most effective deployment of scarce resources is critical. But without scenario planning, you may find incompatibility between systems, resulting in the need for slow manual processes. Scenario planning also forces everyone to anticipate how they will scale up resources and share scarce capacity. After every disaster, stress and trauma levels are high, with expectations that everything can be put together back as it was quickly, when the reality is it may take years. We have found that individuals and even public authorities lack a basic understanding of what insurance can and cannot do. Settling claims can be problematic in these circumstances, so the ability to use trusted third parties who can support people, particularly the vulnerable, to navigate their way through the insurance claims process is important too. And it's vital, if at all possible, that claimants are contacted and updated on the progress of their claim. If customers do not hear from their insurers, it adds significantly to their stress, and they will distrust you even more when you come to settle their claim. Insurance has a role in mitigating the impacts of catastrophe before or after disaster strikes. To recap, we have looked at after disaster strikes, that is the recovery side of the table. We know that insurance helps fund recovery. It injects funds into businesses to enable people to remain employed, and it smooths the financial shock of a catastrophe. It can inform Build Back Better programs. On the left-hand side of the table, this shows the critical roles insurers play to support the need to invest in resilience to avoid disaster. Insurance prices risk to signal the need for resilience. It helps inform the level of resilience required to support affordable insurance. But we know that affordability of insurance can be challenging where risks remain high. So following a disaster, many governments create schemes to support the affordability of insurance, so people are financially resilient. But what about supporting physical resilience? In too many places around the world, we don't have the systems, the laws or regulations enforced to ensure people live and work in buildings and in areas that are resilient. Investing in resilience before catastrophe strikes is always problematic. Today's priorities are always seen as more important than avoiding future losses. And there are several reasons for this. We know why we don't invest in reducing risks before the worst happens. Some people believe it will never happen to them. They don't recall ever having been flooded, so by looking in the rear vision mirror, they assume they will never be flooded in future. But with climate changing, that is not the case. Many studies show every dollar invested in pre-disaster resilience will save at least $5 in post-disaster costs. Of course, it's not just a matter of saving money, but people's lives, the well-being of communities, and other losses that are not insurable. Despite the need to invest in physical resilience, there can be too much reliance on insurance to carry the burden of managing risk. Insurance, as we know, will become less affordable unless more is done to avoid and control risk. As insurers, we all know that transferring risk does not, simply shifts the risk from the customer's balance sheet to ours without reducing the risk. That is why the roles and responsibilities of central and local government in setting the rules for land use planning, enforcing appropriate building codes is critical to supporting the availability and affordability of insurance. That is why insurers in New Zealand, after this year's floods, proactively stepped in to help central and local government make decisions to reduce flood risks. We worked with a government task force which has a mandate to plan for future resilience. We aggregated claims that we had received from the events. We overlaid them with flood models. We identified high-risk, high-claims areas. We shared this information with central and local government, and this enabled them, with their own local experiences, to make decisions about which properties ought to be relocated to other areas out of future harm's way, and the level of mitigation to prevent future flooding, looking forward at climate change that will be necessary. In this way, insurers contributed to solutions for resilience, but also we expect central government to provide the legal and regulatory framework to set resilience standards, to provide direction on policy statements around natural hazard management, to ensure the right appropriate science research is undertaken to provide the information for people at local government level where they can identify high-risk areas, support mitigation, and stop consenting in areas where there is intolerable risk, and monitoring and enforcing building standards. And individuals, of course, can also take their own actions to reduce risks to some extent as well, in the decisions of where they choose to buy. But we have to be clear about what insurance can and cannot do, and there are many people who do not understand our sector. We cannot pay for betterment. We cannot provide long-term, multi-year cover, and that without providing much higher levels of premium that just customers will not take up because of the greater uncertainty of looking out to the future. So unless more is done to reduce the risk in facing more frequent losses due to climate change or more surprise extreme losses, we will see protection gaps develop. Public-private partnerships, such as those in our country, have been adopted, but there is a problem as you look across many of the schemes that have been introduced around the world, designed to maintain financial resilience, but not always looking at how physical resilience can be addressed. If we look at features of schemes around the world, many have common features, but there are some common differences. And in the bottom right-hand corner, with that red circle around it, there are very, very few schemes which have a direct mandate to reduce risk and support the affordability and availability of insurance. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you for the very deep diving presentation and sharing your expertise and experiences with us. Gerçekten biz sigortacılar
Really, it's an era that the role of us insurers will increase. Tim made this very clear, but he also clearly underlined the importance of having the necessary mechanisms or the necessary medium. $1 pre-event saves us $5 post-event, he said. We should not overlook that, and we need to share these with the authorities and the stakeholders so that we can bring out the preventive role of insurance. In the second round, I'd like to keep it shorter if possible, dear panelists, so that since we have exceeded our allocated time, we'll follow the same order. Mr. Komoda, I am wondering about the
lessons learned from your disaster experience. Just briefly, thank you very much.
Thank you. From here on, we're going to have Japanese English interpretation. I'm sorry, can you repeat your question again?
Yeah. Can you hear us again?
Yes.
Yeah, we are
Thank
curious about the public and private cooperation in Japan and in financing such big disasters. Could you tell us what the changes are made from the lessons you learned from your disaster and your experiences? Briefly, thank you.
Thank you. 震災の対応そのもので直接何が変化したかはお答えが難しいんですけれども、業界が適切に保険金を支払うために努力をしているということが信頼感につながって政府との対話に良い影響を与えるんじゃないかと考えています。
Thank you very much. It's hard to say exactly what changed after how we dealt with the disaster, but as we were able to make appropriate payments to the victims, this led to increasing the reliability of the industry, as well as having better communication with the government.
特に金融庁とは政策決定や遂行にあたって良いコミュニケーションが取れているというふうに考えています。
Especially with the communication, the Japanese Financial Service Agency, we have had a very good communication, and this led to a better policy adjustment.
先ほどプレゼンテーションで説明を省略してしまったんですけれども、7ページの3と4が当時の政府との、連携関係の、説明だったので少しお話をさせていただきたいと思います。
I didn't have a chance to go into detail with my presentation on slide 7, so I'll explain a little bit further during this Q&A session.
項目3がですね、当時、項目3は戸籍謄本の開示請求ということであります。
Number 3 is about disposing family registry.
日本には国民の家族関係を登録する戸籍という制度があります。
Japan has a system where each family registers with the government called the family registry.
また死亡者の財産については家族関係によって相続することが法律で定められてまして、その関係を戸籍によって確認することができます。
In terms of inheritance, the heirs are dependent on this family registry to confirm who has the right to inherit certain assets or inheritance.
生命保険の被保険者が死亡した場合は、保険金の受取人はあらかじめ指定されていますが、東日本大震災では被保険者と受取人が同時に死亡したケースが多くありました。
When the earthquake, 2011 earthquake struck, because the beneficiaries and policyholder passed away simultaneously, there wasn't a way to verify who would become the proper beneficiary. But in terms of how the family registry designates the proper heir, this is how we went to verify who was actually the heir to the claims.
この場合には受取人の相続人となる者が保険金を受け取る権利があることになり、その特定に時間がかかるなどの課題がありました。
Because it was difficult to verify who actually was the heir to the insurance claims, this was always a problem when this disaster happened.
戸籍に関しては政府が管轄しているんですけれども、実際の事務は地方自治体が行っています。
The maintenance of this family registry is done by the central government, but the actual administrative process is carried out by the local authority.
もともと正当な理由によっての第三者からの開示請求というのは認められているんですけれども、プライバシー保護の意識の高まりから第三者からの開示請求には非常に慎重な事務が行われるようになっていまして、生命保険会社からの開示請求に応じてもらえないケースも多くなっていました。
When third parties have a proper reason to file disclosure of the family registry, it is usually accepted. However, because of the recent increasing awareness of privacy, it was difficult to actually ask for the disclosure, but we were able to ask the government to ease this restriction on disclosure.
そのため、生命保険協会では政府に対して生命保険会社が直接地方自治体に対して戸籍などの開示請求ができるようにすることを要望して、結果として政府から地方自治体に対して、統一事務手順による対応が周知されて、円滑な直接請求が可能となりました。
As we were able to work with the central government as well as the local authority, we helped the insurers, life insurers, to be able to ask for these disclosures, and this is how we were able to make these appropriate payments happen.
項目4についてもちょっと説明しようと思いましたが、少し長くなりましたので、一旦お返しいたします。
I also wanted to explain a little bit about number 4, but since I kind of went over time, I'm gonna return the mic to you, Oscar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hayato. I want to return to Elina. I mean, it's very important perspective, the claim management. I mean, how did you, your market react after the NatCat events? I mean, it was also a very hot issue for us as well. I mean, to make the payments. So, what measures did you take? Thank you.
The microphone works.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, we can hear you.
I will keep it short, but I know I have the need to stress that this is the most important part of the insurance company's job. This is the point where we have to prove that we keep our promises, because insurance agreement is a promise. And this is what we do. This is what we did. Our members, the insurance companies belonging to our association, are dealing systematically with catnap losses. They involve human resources dedicated in the risk management, and they apply tools and methodologies for their understanding and assessment of the process. During all these recent bad events in Greece, our member companies kept their promises and responded immediately, because the first response is what the ones that have suffered a loss is what they need. So from the very first moment, as in every catastrophic event, our members prioritized the relief of those affected. They have activated the mechanisms of the autopsy. They have sent experts in order to adjust the claims as soon as they could, because the conditions are not so easy. So in many places in Greece, it's not easy to go there right now because the infrastructure has been destroyed. But as soon as they could, this is what they did. And they have proceeded immediately with reimbursement. So even if the loss is not adjusted at this final amount, they have already reacted by giving some money in advance for the relief of the people affected.
Great. I mean, yeah, it's very important. We have the same, exercise as well. Of course, I mean, from the case of Tusk, even we try to manage it parametrically as well. I mean, just a risk acceptance decision. So thank you, Edina. I mean, it's very valuable. Mehmet Bey,
So, Mr. Mehmet, what kind of cooperations are possible between EBRD and insurers? And then we'll give the mic to Tim again for a short round. Thank you so much. I'll try to keep it really short. It's one of the most critical issues, actually. As a bank, since we are a development bank, whenever we finance a private sector investment, we have a very wide risk analysis scheme within our organization, and we have those kind of reflexes intact. So for an investment project, we do our own impact assessment for environment. Do they have insurance elsewhere, etc., etc. But the risks now are expanded, revised to include the climate and natural disasters, and not only for EBRD, for all the other development banks. If they are not in alignment with Paris Agreement, we don't direct them financially starting from 2023, because apart from direct financing, there are also indirect financing via financing institutions and banks. I think we will have close collaboration in that front. We had less contact with the insurers, but all of these developments and risk assessment will help us both on an operational level and on policy level, since we work in close contact with the governments. And also we would like to encourage you to sit at the same table with the government. On the finance side, we see that more innovative mechanisms emerge as well. This first started with the climate issues, like other international agencies, but I think we will come up also with something for disaster resilience schemes. Also, we had the green bond, which is for environment-based risks, and the fund we collect with the green bond will be used for infrastructure in production and agriculture, for financing that sort of investments. The same, I think, will be done for natural disasters as well. On a macro level, with the reinsurance and investors and with capital markets, I think we can do similar things, and I think the policy dialogue will increase. Also, one thing I want to underline, there's a major experience. We listen to the New Zealand case studies. We can take those and use it in this green recycling and master planning and designing the cities. We need to use these as well. Thank you so much again. Thank you so much, Mr. Mehmet. That was pretty promising. Your messages were pretty hopeful, and these cooperations, partnerships will help the insurance sector, and it will pave the way. Now I'd like to give the word to Tim.
give a very detailed presentation. Thank you very much, and you express your experiences briefly with us. Just one last question: what would be your number one advice to Turkish insurance sector? I mean, from your expertise and as an insurer expert, and then the head of the New Zealand Federation.
I think the solutions to greater resilience do require a working of insurers, financiers, government, local government, developers. I think trying to have a horizontal approach to resilience solutions rather than having finance, insurance, central and local government decisions siloed, working across and together to bring to the table the expertise that insurance brings in its understanding of risk, pricing that risk, and being able to provide potential future scenarios so that we can understand what the possible catastrophes that lie out there that we need to avert, and working with the finance sector and central government so that there can be a way of monetizing the investment in reducing that risk. That equation of $1 in today saves $5 later. How can we smartly use that to encourage a pipeline of investment into resilience and to ensure that we are building buildings to the right standards that are resilient, and also where we build to avert flood and other disasters. So I think that's the number one, is working together, seizing the opportunity that comes out of disaster, where everybody is of a like mind to avoid future disaster. Because if you leave it now, then in 3 or 4 years' time, everybody's memory gets shorter and it becomes a lot more difficult to be able to act together. There's no time like the present.
Thank you very much, Tim. I mean, before closing, I just want to go to floor for any questions. Geç saat, yemek, karnınız acıktı biliyorum. İlk gayet de
The time is already a bit delayed and you're hungry and you want to go to lunch, but I want to ask if there is any question from the floor before I close. We have a question. Can you also tell us who the question is addressed to? There's another question. With your permission, I'm going to ask my question to Mr. Mehmet. As you know, in these natural disasters and catastrophes increase, sustainability is an important notion. And with this, there are new international regulations by United Nations, the Global Convention principles. These are, of course, not internalized and made as legislation by most of the countries. What I want to know is, as EBRD, in these projects, when you are financing these projects, do you make it a prerequisite to align with this UN international principles? The question was asked by Aşkın Derinlere. That was a really good question. That was an important topic. We actually started talking about it last year. There are many international regulations emerging with UN taking the lead. We have our own systematic. As an unregulated international organization, we take the best practices and include it in our internal legislation. Both UN and EU are among our top contributors in that. Which principle is taken in which way, I couldn't be too precise on that. But that's our bank's goal as well. At least 50% of our investments need to have the sustainability certificate. And this certificate calls for compliance with EU and UN legislation. So on a project basis, we put them into practice. I want to underline again, this year was very critical in that front. Starting from 1st of January, including EBRD, many international agencies declared that they won't finance directly any project which is not aligned or compatible with Paris Agreement. If you could introduce yourself, Süleyman Tunç, doctor. My question is to Komada-san.
Japan. So, but we know that you are lucky than us because your fault is not close as in Turkey. So that's why we are affected than you. So my question is about what has been the contribution of the early warning systems to insurance community in Japan?
Did you hear it, Komada-san?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that last part of the question?
Okay, we repeat.
Please. What has been the contribution of the early warning systems to insurance community in Japan to prevent the secondary disasters?
He asked the early warning systems, the use of early warning systems, what you benefit from it for the preventing, isn't it? Önlemek için değil mi?
Yes.
Yani ikinci, bir daha Türkçe söylerseniz ben...
İkincil afetleri önlemede erken...
What was the contribution of the early detection systems and its contribution to the insurance sector? Zannediyorum erken uyarı sistemleri tercüme etmeye çalışıyorum, pardon. Erken uyarı sistemleri özellikle hayat sigortası sektörüne genel olarak katkıda bulundu.
You're right. We raised the question from the floor to you, right to you, and then you can, take the answer from the non-life side and communicate with us. Thank you very much indeed. Is it okay for you, Toyo?
I'm sorry, are you addressing Mr. Kamala? Sorry, can you repeat what you just said?
I propose to communicate with you with the question written. I understand that the question is not relevant for life insurance side. Okay, we'll write to you and then take the answer throughout, and you'll raise it, I think, to the non-life side, and then we can communicate with the floor. Thank you very much indeed.
I see.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for your cooperation from New Zealand and Japan. In this late hour, we have a time difference. Ben Japonya'dan ve Yeni Zelanda'dan katılan katılımcılarımıza özellikle teşekkür ediyorum. We'll now going to make the gift ceremony. I promise I'll bring you to Tokyo your gifts. Thank you very much for the contribution, Tim and Mr. Komada. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Sesi açar mısınız? Teşekkür ediyoruz Sayın Obalı.
Mehmet Bey ve Elina'ya da burada sunacağız herhalde.
Evet, vereceğiz şimdi. Valla bir toparlama yapardım ama hem yemek gecikti hem de bizim yayınlar da gecikiyor. O yüzden hemen bir plaket bölümüne geçelim. Özgür Bey verecek plaketleri Sayın Elina'ya, Papas Pirapulu ve Mehmet Bey'e. Arkadaşlar lütfen. Online bağlananlara plaket vermiyor muyuz Özgür Bey?
Onları ben
Tokyo'ya gönderiyorsunuz. Götüreceksiniz pardon. Tamam oldu.
We not give the plaques to our online participants. We're going to send it to them, to Tokyo and to New Zealand. Thank you so much for the speakers are also in the background of our photo, right on the screen. Thank you so much, Mr. Özgür, Mr. Mehmet. So now we're gonna be the harbinger of good news for lunch. In the afternoon, Professor Kerem and others will be with us. Thank you so much. See you in the afternoon and bon appetit. Enjoy your lunch.
Team.
Merhabalar.
Zirveye devam ediyoruz, zirvemize. Şimdi
Okay, so we resume the program. I will have a few words and then I'll invite a very close friend onto stage. In the previous panel, we heard once again that earthquakes are the same, disasters are the same, public's reaction is the same, and maybe the precautions or the measures or even the response across countries are the same to some extent. We heard from Eleni from Greece. How there are many similarities. For example, the government is offering a reduction on tax for those who are willing to take up a property insurance against these disasters. So we have common problems that are disasters upon us, which creates havoc on the society, and of course we are here to respond to it in the best way possible. These are all common problems. We think the problem is peculiar to us, but of course not. Now I'd like for us to talk about a different perspective on disasters. I'd like to invite to the podium a very old friend of mine. He's an economist, he is a member of academia. An old friend of mine, Mr. Kerem Alkin, Professor Doctor. The floor is yours, sir. Hi, Noyan, how are you? I was out of the country for the past 2.5 years, so some things are new to me. People will think that I'm one of those people who think they know everything, but no, of course, I'll try to talk about things as much as I can and prove that I'm not a Mr. Know-it-all. We have esteemed participants from different parts of the world. We have esteemed speaker from the World Bank. I had a chance to meet him. We had people from Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan that I got to meet over lunch break. So let's talk about the megatrends shaping the world at the moment. What's happening elsewhere in the world? So there are 4 megatrends upon us, and these are what keep us busy within the OECD framework. The first one is the sustainable development and the new middle class. And of course, for the insurance industry, I think this is a very important topic. The newly emerging middle class are dominant in Asia and Africa. Therefore, going forward, I think we'll hear more about this in the Eurasian context where Turkey is also a part of. And I think this will be a major thing to factor in for the way forward. It's estimated that the number of extremely poor and poor people will decrease by 1.5 billion, while the middle class will increase by 1,700,000,000 people. Therefore, this is definitely something to consider in terms of sustainable development and the new middle class going forward. They will be part of our core client group going forward. The second major megatrend confronting us at the moment is the supersonic digitalization. You know, the internet universe, digital transformation, smart technologies, artificial intelligence, financial technologies, blockchain technology, digital and cryptocurrencies, sharing economy, competition among technology centers are all parts of the supersonic digitalization now. There's also the ethical aspect. I would like you to remember that within OECD, we have artificial intelligence secretariat, and Turkey attended the General Assembly in Japan and became part of it. Therefore, going forward, our efforts will be part of the OECD framework in terms of supersonic digitalization. Another critical topic is the mobility and smart cities. There's a very strong new generation coming up in terms of transportation systems and vehicles. 2023, in my opinion, will be the year that we will see new records being broken in aviation industry. The number of passengers will be roughly equaling the total population, meaning 8 billion people are expected to fly over the skies within 2023. Therefore, there's a very high level of mobility. In addition, of course, with the concept of smart cities, there will be so many fascinating changes. And all of these changes, of course, will be applicable to the insurance industry as well, as factors to consider in shaping up their own strategy going forward. The fourth megatrend. Well, I'm going back to Paris tonight, and starting from tomorrow, back in the office, we'll be talking about green transformation and energy transformation. 4 meetings back to back about these two. We have visitors from International Energy Agency, International Nuclear Agency, to talk about green transformation and the energy transformation. We'll be talking about zero net carbon goal and how to achieve it. Our esteemed President and the First Lady are spearheading the zero waste goal, and this is taken up at the United Nations level as well. Green and clean energy transformation, all of these subjects are on our desk at the moment within the OECD. We have also heard from our esteemed speaker from the World Bank how the World Bank is also working on these topics in cooperation with the various international development banks of the world to come up with new development models for the world. All of these 4 megatrends, global trends, of course, are of importance for the insurance industry as well, because they do set out certain prospects for the sector. According to the Swiss RE, if the global protection gap in the industry is well addressed, there's potential for an additional $60 billion in profitability. That was for 2021. This is a very positive prospect of the above changes. We'll have one not so optimistic one in the next slide as well. So looking at the issue from both sides. So on the positive side, there's a potential for an additional 60 billion additional revenues.
Biraz evvel söylemiş olduğum rakamlar çerçevesinde 2030 yılına kadar bunların hepsi...
In follow-up to the previous slide, here's some more detail on the projected number of poor, vulnerable, middle class and rich people in 2030. You can see it's the rise in the new middle class. Of course, these four megatrends have certain prospects and opportunities, but they also do pose certain risks for us. The first one is the geopolitical risks and threats. Of course, the threat created primarily by the Russian-Ukrainian war, various regional and local conflicts, and social unrests is upon us. It is estimated that the Russia-Ukraine war alone has caused insurance industry risk ranging from $35 to $50 billion so far. I'm sure you would have more up-to-date numbers. This is what I could come up with. Also, on the cyber front, of course, we are confronted with various risks and threats, cyber attacks caused by supersonic digitalization. Cyber terrorism and cyber threats are estimated to have caused $7 trillion in damage in 2022, with a projected damage of $10.5 trillion by 2025. When we look at these figures, of course, what we have as $7 trillion in 2022 is expected to go up to $10.5 trillion, which is a huge amount, a huge figure that cannot be ignored. Therefore, going forward, the insurance industry will have lots of things on their plate. We will have to consider how to best respond to these risks and threats, how prepared we can be, and what remedies we need to take proactively. The third threat is the global climate crisis. Unfortunately, the major natural disasters and losses are estimated to be roughly $165 billion in 2022, following the worst disasters. When we look at the recorded ocean temperatures, since 1930, 2023 has been a record year with the highest temperatures recorded so far. Therefore, the change effects are already upon us. In places that we never thought we would see floods happening, there have been major floods, there have been droughts. So it's been a summer of opposites and clashes in many ways, a summer of disasters all around, and the cost is estimated to be $165 billion for 2022. Also, another issue to closely monitor going forward will be the global food supply security threat, namely the question of will there be enough energy to feed the increasing world population and sustain the functioning of the system. So this isn't only about global food or supply security, but it will be also about the question of whether there will be enough energy to support the food industry and to ensure that there's a supply security. So, a research undertaken by Swiss Re in association with the OECD, the global protection gap in the industry is estimated to be $1.4 trillion in 2021. In an effort to keep the premiums low, of course, sometimes the policy coverages fall way below the real value of the asset. And of course, this then means that the assets are not fully covered or insured because there is such a large protection gap. And for 2021, this gap was estimated to be $1.4 trillion. So going forward then, accordingly, we will have to consider as the insurance industry how to close this global protection gap to ensure that the assets are insured at their fair value.
gerçekten sigortacılık endüstrisinde bu salonda bu konuda büyük bir emeği ortaya
I
koyan
know
çok
there are
seçkin
many decision makers,
grupla beraber
esteemed leaders of the
çok
industry
teşekkür
here
ederim bu
today.
anlamda davet ettiğiniz için.
It's a
Bu yılın
pleasure
raporunda
being here with all of you,
gerçekten
but this
önümüzdeki
also
dönemde
means that going
sigortacılık
forward, all of you, all of
endüstrisinin
us
tüm
will have to
profesyonellerinin
consider
genel
as industry
manada
professionals
gerçek ekonomik
to
değerlerle
ensure that we can
sigorta
take
alandaki başarmaları noktasında da
actual
böyle bir açığı ortadan
economic
kalkıp
values into
sigortacılık
consideration
endüstrisinin
when we are
küresel anlamda
concluding these policies, when we
ama
are
bu arada
underwriting these policies,
gerçek değerlerle
so that the
riskinin
protection
karşılanması
fully
ve
reflects the
ekonomik
value
değerlerin
of the
koruması ile ilgili bir
assets
süreç
and
söz
the
konusu olacak. Bu
economic values
nedenle
or the assets
sigortacılık
can be
endüstrisinin
protected.
bu konuda vereceği mücadelenin çok değerli olduğunu
And I
ifade
think your
etmek
efforts
istiyorum.
will be tremendously important
Şimdi
in that
tabii
regard.
çok uzun zamandan beri
When we look at the key risks for the world economy in the 21st century as of 2023, a few things take priority. First of all, we need to say that the next few years will be very important for the insurance industry in terms of potential cooperations and partnerships. Indonesia has applied to be part of OECD as of August 2023. They have sent a letter for the same, and they are adamant that they are to become part of OECD. Of course, it will take 1.5 years roughly for this process to be concluded, but as Turkey, as a sister country, we will be doing what needs to be done for Indonesia's accession to OECD. Bulgaria, Peru, Pakistan have also started their accession processes. Argentina has decided to apply for accession, so they are still in waiting. But if they also decide to go ahead, we will see 6 new countries joining the OECD, and the total number of member countries will go up to 44. Therefore, OECD can be described as the potential bridge between the global north and the global south. I know some countries don't like this description. However, it will be a major connecting point for the global north and the global south, particularly considering the potential number of member countries going up to 44, 45 in the near future. Therefore, OECD's framework, its international cooperations and projects and initiatives like green energy or energy transformation will be increasingly more applicable for a wider audience in the world, which means that it will allow OECD to start acting as a force tank. So moving from think tank to do tank to force tank. I know I'm putting all these English words into action, but I hope that our interpreter is okay with switching between Turkish and English. But I think it's important for some of these terms to be used in English so that we can give the true meaning. Okay, going back to our slide, let me talk about the key risks for the world economy in the 21st century as of 2023. We know that there is competition, tension, and conflict topics in the global economy and politics taking the center stage. US, Russia, and China have proven to be new centers of power, And we're wondering if that means a multipolar world for us going forward. Certain NATO countries are not very happy about the concept of global safety and security. However, first established Indonesia in 1954, then enhanced in 1965 in Yugoslavia, this group of countries outside the NATO are back as a global majority. This is very important for us to understand. They are now part of a global majority. They have considerable weighting in terms of politics, in terms of commerce, in terms of production. So this is definitely something for us to consider going forward, and then we might see that this group of countries will likely have even more weight going forward. Therefore, we'll have to make sure that we have even more closer ties with the global south, and I think there is much onus on the insurance industry to make sure that that works and smoothly. When you hear Elon Musk speak, for example, or even other investors or entrepreneurs shaping the 21st century, when we hear them talk, we realize that one of the most important areas will be the space competition, will be the space exploration. What sort of opportunities do we need to consider? What sort of opportunities will this space competition pose for us? These will be important questions to consider for all of us, for all countries. There will be mining in space, and all of this new generation space vehicles competing for dominance in the terrestrial world. Of course, we will need new analyses and new perspectives. And for the insurance industry, I believe that these changes will pose certain opportunities, but it's also important that the sector has a certain responsibility in terms of managing the risks that these new developments pose on the world. When we look at the global uncertainty index, since 1959, we see all of these ups and downs all the way to 2020. Of course, the uncertainty is then reflected onto the global economic system as an additional financial burden. There's a cost to bear with all of these ups and downs. It's very interesting when you look at the graph. For example, COVID-19 was a major peak point in the global uncertainty index. The index has been there since 1959. It has seen many things like the Vietnam War or the Gulf War or the US recession, but coronavirus, the pandemic, has been the peak point, surpassing all of these crises in the past. And of course, long-term efforts are needed to stabilize this chart. You might have seen AXA's report on the top 10 emerging risks. I think the new one is coming up in October this year. Please correct me if I'm wrong. There is roughly 30 to 50,000 companies leaders contacted for the purposes of this research report. They are asked for their analyses, which then produces the top 10 emerging risks confronting the world. Right before COVID-19, that was 2020, pandemics and infectious diseases was deemed to be one of the most important emerging risks. It went up the chart by 7 points, followed by climate change, cybersecurity risks, geopolitical instability, social discontent and local conflicts, new threats to security, so on and so forth. And like I said, the new one, the 2023 report, will be coming up in the next few weeks. And compared to what we had this time last year, by the end of 2022, global climate crisis regained its top position in the list. The perception of threat and risk arising from the Russia-Ukraine war, along with the perception of geopolitical instability, threat and risk, moved to second place in last year's list. And number 4 was a deemed energy risk. So going forward, I think the food security and supply security will be there, will be one to watch. I think, well, in my observation, I think OECD needs to do more in terms of its efforts in the insurance industry. Of course, we have many reports produced within the OECD framework about finance, banking, about green transformation, green commitments, green financing. However, I think insurance has been on a bit of a back burner so far. So I'm hoping going forward that our specialists within the OECD will be taking this up more closely, and maybe we need to invite them to work on this area more closely. But in line with the development, of course, the rising inflation, and accordingly the interest rate hikes by the major central banks across the world negatively impacted insurance underwriting and investment performance in 2022. Of course, during these times, my worst case scenario, both for us and other emerging countries, and I've said this many times in the press as well, of course, when there's a cost of living crisis, they refrain from buying insurance policies because that seems like a cost they could cut down on in a cost of living crisis situation. And of course, this means that the premium burden is deemed to be high during those times, and people think they can do away without getting their valuables insured for that year or maybe for a few years. But of course, we know that even during those difficult times, we need to ensure that our assets are covered. And I think it's for the insurance industry to raise the awareness among the public that cost of living crisis should be no reason to refrain from getting our valuables insured properly. When we look at the severity and likelihood of catastrophe perils, this and similar analyses show us that very interestingly, I think it shows us that the risks are deemed to be on the upper right quarter. So for all research or work in the insurance industry, there isn't much to say, to be honest, that I could share with you. I was only able to find one that was worth sharing with you. For some reason, these are the areas that have received most of the attention in terms of
potansiyel var sigortacılık endüstrisinin ilerleme
Further
kaydetmesi için.
analyses.
Birçok OECD üyesi ülkede
Many OECD member countries,
sigortalanan ekonomik değerler çok düşük.
the coverage ratio is still quite low. So when we look at the chart, we see that there is a long way to go still. The highest coverage inclination is in Austria, followed by New Zealand, US, United Kingdom, Netherlands, Belgium, and Switzerland. Even in a country like Japan, the inclination is still relatively low. Therefore, even among the OECD member countries, we see that there isn't much of a strong perception of risk at a level that raises the coverage rates high enough. When we look at the global economic political trends and agenda going forward, we see four main topics. The first one is the question, how does the concept of strategic autonomy emanated from the two black swan events influence leading economies? What do we mean by the black swan events? Well, let's talk about strategic autonomy first. This is something important, I think, for us to get ourselves familiarized with. Strategic autonomy as a concept, I think we'll have major work to do in terms of the coverage ratios of the insurance industry. I think this is something definitely to focus on, to familiarize ourselves with, because going forward, I think there will be much to do on the part of the insurance industry within the strategic autonomy concept. Another important topic on the agenda is the fact that there's a new reconstruction agenda in the global supply chain, ensuring, reassuring, reinsuring. I hope our interpreter will not kill me today. Friendshoring, of course, is one of those terms as well. For example, for OECD member countries, it strengthens the relationship across the member countries for global commercial cooperation. Third question is, where will the ongoing trade, technology, and capital wars between the US and China evolve? Together with the United Kingdom and Canada, there is an Indo-Pacific initiative. And the Global South, certain countries within Global South, how will they take part? How will China manage all of this? Of course, that's a big question to follow. And accordingly, of course, the last question is, how are the expectations for global economic recovery and international trade shaping up for the year 2023? We'll be looking at all of these questions. The concept of strategic autonomy takes center stage, like I've said. That's definitely one notion to pay attention to. The term strategic autonomy refers to a country which continues to maintain a strong alliance relationships on one hand, while in a multipolar world with more centers of power, it also emphasizes a multilateral open door policy by taking into account its own priorities. Accordingly, Turkey going forward will have a so-called golden ring around it. And as such, this golden ring will be one of the largest and critical hubs of global logistics, thanks to Turkey's mega projects, and will put Turkey increasingly more on center stage. These mega projects, of course, will play a key role. 2 tubes, 2 tunnels, and 3 bridges, and they will be definitely instrumental in terms of the
Türkiye açısından önemli bir yatırım
commercial
alanı
competition that will be
sigortacılık endüstrisinin de radarına
getting even worse going
olması
forward. I think these are all developments that need to be on the radar of the insurance industry in the near future, because certain projects will be continued from within Turkey.
yükselen Afrika
The rising Africa
2100 yılında 4.4 milyarlık bir nüfusa ulaşacak.
will reach a 4.4 billion population by 2050.
Asya
Asia has already
4.9 milyara
peaked its population. It will go down from its peak in 2040. And 39% of the world population will come from Africa, the rest from Asia, and a total of which will reach 83% of the global population, which then of course shows us the way in terms of which areas of the map we need to be focusing. The economists quote their numbers in dollars usually. But we also need to understand, of course, let's say when we talk about a certain $1 million worth of energy deal, what does this correspond to in terms of the volume? How much square meter cubes, or what it is in volume? So when we say 18 trillion tons, for example, the 12 trillion tons are transported by marine industry. This will go up. Therefore, the marine industry's insurance needs will be one of the major items on our agendas going forward in terms of the logistics safety globally. By 2030, roughly $22 trillion of global commerce is expected to be reached, corresponding to a 22 trillion tons of loads transported. So when we consider Turkey at the center of the Golden Ring and as a major commercial hub, of course, the Turkish insurance industry will have to consider then how best to manage this new system, how best to cooperate with the countries, taking more light on stage. I was given half an hour. I was hoping for half an hour, but maybe I've talked too much. I hope that it wasn't too boring for you. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Professor Kerem, thank you very much. If we could please keep you on stage. Mr. Cemal Kishmir, a member of board at the Turkish Association of Turkish Insurance Association. If I could please invite you to present the placard for Mr. Alkin. Thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you very much.
Çok teşekkürler. Ağzınıza sağlık Kerem Hocam.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Professor Kerem underlines specifically that the world is changing, evolving, the space, hydrogen energy. He's talking from different dimensions, and that's where insurance will evolve to. So you need to keep up the pace. So they get caught in congestion, it says. So we have yet another panel, which is the second session of today. Development improving the financial insurance against disaster risk, the role of disaster risk insurance programs, public-private partnerships. And I would like to invite Mr. Cemal, the moderator of our the moderator of our panel, Mr. Cemal Kishme, member of the board of Insurers Association of Turkey. And our next panelist is Ms. Serap Oğuz Gönülal, former insurance chief specialist of World Bank. How are you? Thank you. We have a very long dating back history. We have a history that dates back long, and we will talk eventually. Now I would like to invite Mr. Christian Pierotti, Director of European and International Relations, Fédération Française de l'Assurance. And now I'd like to invite Mr. Gunhild Berg, Head of Financial Sector Department of World Bank. I'll now give the podium to you. We know each other since 1999-2000 with Ms. Serap, and the earthquake insurance is actually founded by her. She is the builder of this notion. The podium is yours, Mr. Cemal. Esteemed guests, esteemed members of the press, esteemed colleagues, I'd first like to welcome you all in a heartfelt fashion. We have about an hour with three very prominent panelists, and just like Noyan said, we will talk about increasing the financial protection against disaster risks, and also the umbrella institutions like World Bank's leadership in that front. What can Turkey learn in that aspect is what we're going to be talking about. I plan to ask two questions. The first one is going to be about 10 minutes for each panelist, and then the second round will be 5 minutes each, and then we'll have a 10-minute wrap-up time that if you have any questions, we can have the Q&A with the panelists. Now, with your permission, I would like to introduce you our esteemed panelists, starting with Serap. Serap came from Washington, D.C. all the way to here, so we're really grateful for taking the time. And she has vast experience in insurance sector and completed the last 20 years at World Bank. She worked as the head expert in insurance, and she worked in close consultancy to governments and institutions about the insurance sector. She also has published books, and she was also a deputy general manager in the General Directorate of Insurance within the Treasury of Türkiye. So you have a 10 years experience there too. So it adds up to a 30-year experience altogether. Gunhild Berg also joins us from World Bank. Thank you. But she located in Europe. She is especially focused on projects, plans, and programs to support insurance sector in Europe. She's working for the World Bank since 13 years and works with the European Center for Research as a research assistant. Thanks so much for joining us and being in our panel. Our third panelist is Christian Pierotti. He is from the French insurance agency and is the director. So he is actually the chairman, just like the Turkish association. He does the same job in France. And Christian was working for the private sectors in prominent companies, and he's focused on relationship with public, and he was the deputy chairman. He works for the French Insurance Federation since 2012. So I would like to thank each and every one of our participants once again, and I want to start with Serap with our first question. If you allow me, I would like to comment on the context. I am a reformed insurer. I was actually in banking first. This sector doesn't sell anything actually. It doesn't sell, but it buys. What does it buy? It buys insurance. No, actually we don't aim to sell, but we aim to buy by pricing the risks. I think this is important as a distinction. Also, just like all the other financial sectors, when you buy the service, it doesn't give you a physical satisfaction when you purchase it. It's actually all based on experience, like banking and funds and investment, etc. This experiential satisfaction, unfortunately, is filled with pain and suffering and problems, especially in terms of catastrophes. So post-catastrophic problems and these incidents require the restoration of economy. Actually, not economy all by itself, but socio-economy. So insurance sector plays an important role to restore the economy and socio-economy in the post-catastrophic period. I know that you work intensively on these topics in the developing countries in Latin America, and if I'm not wrong, in South Asia, all the other developing countries other than Latin America. The mechanism there, the mechanism being set between private and public sectors, and to make it work in an efficient kind of way, and the coverage, the insurance rate being increased. Can you please share your World Bank experience and experience from other countries? What would you say to us? First of all, I'd like to thank you to the Insurance Association of Türkiye. Thank you for giving me the honor and allowing me to participate this summit. Thank you so much, Cemal. We always sell pain and suffering or wrath. That's very true, but actually what we sell is a promise, a commitment is what we sell. If this happens, I'll give you this. When you compare it with banking, as units of financial sector, this is actually a very disadvantaged start compared to the banking sector everywhere, not only in the developing countries. It's the same for developed countries, because we can never see any country or a branch with 100% insurance rate. There's no way achieving this, no matter what you do. So from that perspective, the natural disasters or the risk of disasters, today we have to add the climate change risk. We have to manage and transfer this. This is in every country of the world. It's a major public policy problem. How will I manage this? How will I manage the disaster risk? And whilst managing the disaster risk, one thing is very critical, not only management, but we need such a mechanism that it needs to be sustainable, it needs to be large scale, and it needs to be economic as well. So the people living in that country should be able to afford it. It will come up as a insurance product that is affordable for the people of the country. So of course there's going to be a disaster. It's impossible to stop them, and there's climate change, and as the individuals in a society, we are of course impacted. There's no way out of that. But what is the what is the job of the state, the government, or the private sector to prevent it from evolving into a crisis? There will be disasters, but there will be risk management. If you look at all the financial systems, who is the manager of risks? Who does it at the most professional level, or the risk transfer? That's definitely and certainly the insurance sector. It is such a sector that to the government in all parts of the world
İklim değişikliği riskinde yönetmede büyük
is a
bir yardım
big
hissediyorum.
helper to the governments in managing the risk and transferring the risk. Of course, it is a challenging job, but the private-public partnership framework creates such a mechanism. I worked for the Treasury for 15 years, and in the last 20 years, I was in the World Bank. So I was in this industry for 40 years. The most wonderful mechanism that I have seen, the most perfect one, the mechanism most successful is a partnership of private and public sectors. This is my conclusion after 40 years, and this is my suggestion to underdeveloped or developing countries and developed countries, thanks to my experience in this industry. Why do we need the government? Why do we need the public sector? There are 5 reasons to that. One of them being data, collection of data, the supervision and management of data. That is of utmost importance. Secondly, the assets of the capital of the insurance. It's the ability of insurers to reach everyone with assets, sometimes as an encouraging factor, sometimes as an obligatory insurance, like the earthquake insurance in Turkey. So we have different ways of imposing this. The third reason is public. The government has such a legal framework that it needs to pave the way for the insurance sector, and also to protect the rights of the insurer or to maximize it, they need to do the necessary regulations and to get rid of the obstacles, to remove the obstacles for the insurance companies. One other thing is, technically, to help the insurance sector. How is that going to happen? The government reaches, say, the World Bank or EBRD that we listen to in the morning, the channel, the technical aid to these companies, to insurance companies. We can talk in detail about these issues, but one thing I need to underline is coming here and talking about disaster risks, omitting DASK, the obligatory compulsory earthquake insurance, is impossible for us. We followed it after the Marmara earthquake. We tried too hard to come up with a mechanism, and in that period we visited an unbelievable number of institutions in USA, in France, in New Zealand, and Spain, and we analyzed their systems, and we got together with the insurance industry as government. We came together with them and we came up with a couple of alternative models. One of them was getting the insurance sector focusing on this topic. The second one was about a public insurance company deal with this risk management and transfer. And the third one was a public-private partnership, which is the startup days of the current DASK, the compulsory earthquake insurance in Türkiye. That's how DASK came up. This was concluded after a feasibility to find out which mechanism would meet the needs best. And I say this in full sincerity, not because I'm a Turkish person. After DASK was established, I started to work for the World Bank 1 year later. And believe me, this model was the reason why we started an insurance department in World Bank. This was the leading force. This pride goes out to Turkey. In all countries, DASK was given as an example to all the countries, and this is how we started to come up with these models. Was it exactly like DASK? No, but it was a very important motivation. Turkey did this and it works. So taking this form and by analyzing their own realities, they came up with other realities. But DASK was the leader in that process. That is the apple of our eye. DASK is an apple of our eye and is a very major mechanism and has set an example for many countries. Within their own reality, they came up with other mechanisms. I want to underline this again, but DASK was the starting point. So if you look at DASK, of course, up until now, maybe didn't fulfill it all. Maybe some things are missing. And I know the rate of insurance is 54, 55%, which is below 60%. Why is it still at that level? The government, the public sector gives a major support. The insurance sector gives a major support. It needed to be above that. But why is it not there? I will later talk about this. I don't know how much time I left. 2 more minutes. So within that framework, this climate change risk, I believe, will also be managed by public. And the World Bank has a lot of projects, which I was a member of before I quitted. For insurers, the climate change risk management is not something new. We did it with a different terminology, maybe with a bit more of an analytical approach. The insurance sector will manage to do this. If you look at Paris Agreement, Paris Treaty, you can see it very clearly. The insurance sector can be involved in this very easily. So after DASK, in many countries, like our colleague will share some parts of it, that you can see the reminiscing prints of DASK. There is another formation called SIFRID. This is when DASK is made into a separate entity, a separate company. But this also brings a public-private partnership. It's called SIDRIF. 10 countries from the South Asia, 10 ASEAN countries, the ASEAN formation against the risks of climate change and the disaster problems. So TCIP is formed there as a company. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Serap, for your valuable opinions. Maybe we'll talk about the second wave. In the second round, we'll talk about how DASK should be. So, do we expect it to be a fat worm or to actually become a butterfly? That's what we want to learn. Okay, so Christian, if you don't mind, I will give the word now to Gunhild Berg. I'll continue with the ladies. And then...
taking the same direction Serap Hanım just took, specifically in 2023, I think it's been a very challenging year from disasters point of view, let me say. Yeah, we have had like numerous disasters in different parts of the world. Well, I actually wanted to make a very quick list for this year. For example, flood in Libya, earthquake in Morocco, flood in China, like many hurricanes, tornadoes, and floods in the US, earthquake in Turkey and Syria, and also like recent flood in Greece. So we have seen many numerous disastrous events this year. So again, referring to your experience, what would you tell us about managing disaster risk and also financing the protection of catastrophic risk, especially when it comes to specific countries? So would you be kind enough to take us through your learning curve, please?
Thank you. Thank you very much, first of all, for the invitation to participate in this distinguished event. It's really an honor to represent the World Bank at this event. I myself cover the financial sector work for Turkey and several Europe and Central Asia countries. And it's really an honor to speak on this, managing disaster risks and financing. So I prepared a few slides, but I promise to keep it short in the interest of time. If you could put them up, please. So disaster risk financing, managing disaster risks is of the utmost importance to the World Bank. Basically for what you just stated, the economic losses that come with disasters are tremendous. The first slide, please. And also not to forget the human impact. Of course, you have the economic risks, and this is what we talk about with insurance, but the impact on human lives is significant and increasing every single year. And this, for the World Bank, is a serious concern because, of course, it affects poverty reduction. If you could please move the slides already to the second one. Next one, please. The way we think about disaster risk financing and management in the World Bank is basically 3 pillars, and Sarah already just mentioned a few of those. So one, and I'm not going to talk about this in a lot of detail, but it's crucially important. It's about disaster reduction and prevention, and we heard from several colleagues already how this is an integral element to reduce financial risk in the future. The financial resilience part is, of course, very important as well. Thank you. As is the social resilience, which we often don't think about as much, but affordability of insurance, for instance, is a big issue, and we can talk about that as well when you think about increasing coverage, and that is something to have. Shock responsive social resilience system is crucially important in addition to the financial resilience element. I'm not going to talk about this in great detail, but just so that you know that, again, it's important for the World Bank to think about this holistically. So yes, you have the financial resilience aspect, but it's important for this to be integrated with a fiscal system that is already very cognizant of the risks, how these could be addressed, and what are the best tools to finance them. And to have efficient disbursement mechanisms, and to touch on the point that Sarah mentioned, the government is key at putting the data in place to have asset registries, to have the information available that insurers can actually use to respond to disasters, because otherwise it will be impossible. We actually started some work very recently, and this is preliminary, I should say, to understand a little bit better what is the status of disaster risk financing and preparedness in Turkey. And of course, there are 2 very well-regarded internationally best practice examples, and that is TCIP, that has often been mentioned, and also TARSIM. As Sarah mentioned, we use them a lot when we engage with other countries as really best practice examples, and it's truly astonishing what has happened here. What is interesting, though, is that there is scope for improvement, especially when you look at parametric insurance not being present in this country. There doesn't seem to be any contingent support for high severity, low frequency type of disasters, which is something that many other countries, Philippines, Indonesia, the Pacific Islands, the Caribbean, have put in place because they're also faced with similar types of disasters. On the risk retention, there is a lot of funding available, and that actually shows that in terms of the financing gap, which again is preliminary and only looks at earthquake risk, for your 1 in 100-year average event, there is sufficient funding readily available to be deployed. But if you have a major event, and again, this is based on publicly available data, so I'm sure it can be improved, but there you see a significant gap. And obviously that's the case for every single country. This is not unique to Turkey. But having insurance to backstop major events is a challenge. So you need to think about reinsurance, and of course that will be important, but also contingent funding that could be available to support this. This is only for earthquakes, which of course here is the major type of disaster, but if you added floods, droughts, any type of other risk, this obviously would change. In terms of what are some of the options just to put on the table that could be thought about, I put them into 3 different pillars. One is around private sector mobilization, the other about better understanding government contingent liabilities, budget management, and the third one about public-private partnerships and combining instruments. So in terms of private sector mobilization, I think we'll probably talk about this later, thinking about how TCIP can further expand on its already exceptionally well-established foundation in terms of piloting new products. What we heard this morning, that it's part of the MTP to add other perils to the protection. That would be an interesting expansion. How can penetration of earthquake insurance be expanded? How can reinsurance be retained at affordable prices? And are there other options to think about? What about alternative risk transfer mechanisms? What about insurance of public assets? All of these are elements to be considered. What is also crucially important is to have a very good understanding of the contingent liabilities that the government faces and to segment them into different target groups. What is for the government, what are for firms, what is for households, and what are the best products to respond to each of those needs. And that is something that many countries prefer to have in a comprehensive disaster risk finance strategy. That can be quite useful to understand these issues and to put them out there and to seek comments. And then to identify funding sources or support that could be supplementing what is already available. There are many best practice internationally recognized examples, so I just put a few ones here, and there are many more that I would be happy to talk about. The Philippines developed a very interesting and comprehensive disaster risk finance strategy, and here is basically the chart that I showed earlier for TÜRKİYE. And it shows a lot of different instruments that are being deployed at the interplay to look at what is the low frequency events, but that may be very severe, and on the other spectrum, and what kind of funding sources are available. And to have the strategy, to think about the different risks, and then to find the ideal instruments is something that we encourage to be better prepared and for quick response in case a disaster strikes. Also from the Philippines, and that was on the previous slide for the very low probability but very high impact type of event, an interesting solution that many countries utilize is catastrophe bonds. That's something that obviously countries can issue by themselves, and I believe TCIP actually did issue such bonds in the past. But it's also something that the World Bank Group was very privileged to partner with, for instance, with the Caribbean, Chile, Philippines, in actually issuing catastrophe bonds on behalf of the countries, but then entering into an insurance contract with the countries, so that the bond actually stays on the World Bank Group's balance sheet, and we just have an insurance contract, so in case a triggered event occurs, there's just a direct payout without any debt obligation to the country. So this can be an instrument. It's not the only one, but it's one of the instruments that many countries actually utilize. That's another one I actually put here. It's something that I worked on in Romania with a team on deposit insurance since I cover financial sector more broadly. We have never used this instrument for disaster risk finance, but I actually think it could be easily customized, because this is a product that ultimately backstops a deposit insurance fund, and it pays out in case there are bank failures. So for disaster risk finance, if you think about a disaster trigger, it could immediately pay out, for instance, for a disaster pool to supplement what is already available. It's something that I thought might be of interest to some. And then last points, state asset insurance program in Indonesia is a very good one that we often cite internationally. If you think about how to insure municipal structures, public buildings, etc., this is one where ultimately 7,500 buildings were insured through this program and backed by international reinsurers. And it's also part of this comprehensive strategy that I mentioned. And last one on the contingent liability management, this obviously goes beyond what this conference is focusing on, but the Ministry of Treasury and Finance plays a very important role, and to having a good understanding of the different contingent liabilities that come from disasters, that arise from them, does help to be prepared. And this is a good example from Colombia, where these results were made publicly available and transparently released, and then to again find the best solutions to support these risks in case they occur. So let me end by that. I did put the contact details on the last slide, so you may feel free to contact the entire World Bank TÜRKİYE financial sector team, and I'll be happy to respond to any questions later on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again, Hit. It's very valuable information, and also thanks for sharing your views, your thoughts, and your the case studies. Maybe on the second round, you may like to share with us what similarities do you actually see between Turkey and the countries that you just presented? If there is anything specific we as Turkish Insurance Association can take like initiative, or we can launch an initiative on that particular one. And Christian, now I am turning to you. Again, thanks for joining us. Thanks for your presence. Sure that actually you'll talk about French practice, French experience. I know that it's been a quite established practice where you have several initiatives over the years. I know this, but before actually I give you the floor, let me actually give a couple of figures regarding this catastrophic insurance. Since 2016, the global catastrophic losses are in the range of $200 billion to $300 billion per year. Whereas loss of insurance is around 8 to 120 billion, again, US dollar per year. But I have two messages. One is numbers are quite gross, very big, even frightening. And second, the gap is also quite high between the losses and the losses insured by the insurance companies. Another striking number, again, since 1980, we lost, the number of casualties, the number of people lost is around 2.5 million people in the catastrophic events, where the total loss is $6 trillion US, again, since 2019-80. So if you would compare this $6 trillion US, for example, the third largest economy of the world, which is Japan, it's only $5 trillion US. So it's even bigger than the total GDP of Japan. So the losses are big, number of casualties are also very high. So in this regard, I'm sure that actually you'll touch upon French example, with the institutions, with the way that private and public partnerships actually are going. But also, can I ask you how to better insure the world against increasing catastrophic risks?
I think this is the couple of million or billion-dollar question. Thank you. First of all, I'm really honored to be here, not only invited by a sister organization, but by friends. So I'm feeling pretty comfortable here. And I'm really happy to share our example, which, may serve, but I don't think that you can take a system from one country, put it into another country and say, be happy with it. There are cultural differences, there are economic differences. So you need to make sure whatever you do, it fulfills the right local purpose. Secondly, I think, Kemal, you said a very important thing. Insurance is a very funny instrument. You buy it, you pay for it, and everyone hopes that you never use it, because when you use it, it's an event which has something very difficult for individuals, for enterprises, for countries. So I think, and we may come to this in a second, the best loss is a loss that never occurs. So prevention and doing a lot on prevention is very important. So you have said already, let me skip directly to a French example. The French scheme exists now since 41 years. So we have, as insurers, 41 years of experience, 41 years of claims handling, 41 years we paid a couple of million claims over now 4 decades. What does this slide tells us? This slide tells us since '84, each decade we add $1 billion in average per year to settle our claims, which is important. You need to live with it, you need to work with it, and you see, and I put a number up, 10.6 billion. So last year was a disastrous year in terms of every peril that we had. We got flood, we got hail, we got drought. So we need to adjust. And let me come back to this in a second. What we do as a federation to help educate and to help prevent measures. So a little bit about the French system, and I will be very easy. It's a widespread and efficient cover. Today, we distribute it to household and to car insurance mostly, and to other liability insurance. We have a market coverage over 98%. So we have nearly a total market coverage in the French market. It is based on mutual solidarity and responsibility, so the system, everyone pays and everyone can benefit. It's a private-public partnership, and it's an insurance-based system. I think this is a very important thing. Why? You know, you have, and we have recently had experience in some of our neighbor countries where the event was so important that the state intervened. But the state is not a good claims handler. The state basis is handling on income, on parameters which are not so objective than the real value that an expert from an insurance company brings out of an assessment. Now, just to give you in a short, what are we covering in France? We're covering flood, drought, cyclones, earthquakes, avalanche, volcanoes, tsunamis, and hail is in a like compulsory additional insurance. Just for you, for us in France, but this is very typical to a French topology, what are we covering? What is our biggest peril in France is drought, so the lack of water. So in France we have what you call clay soils. Sorry to the translators. These are soils which, when it dries, the soil contracts and foundation of houses crack. And we have a couple of million houses built on this kind of soil. So we have a very important thing to do. And why I'm saying this? Because in the areas where we believe that we have specific problems, we do research, and I go back here, we did a study, and you see on my left, on my right, on your left, we did an impact study on the major perils, and we try to do a projection to 2050 with the aim to say, what can we do to lower the potential claims in the future? So let me go back. So how we distribute natural catastrophe cover is linked to household and car insurance. And just to tell you, and I think, and you said it, one of the things is not only availability, but affordability. The average premium for natural disasters in French for an average household is 25 euros a year, 2.50 for the car insurance. So it is, we believe, still a very affordable system that we have in place. Now, what are the two conditions? We need that the préfet or an entity declares that there's a natural disaster, and obviously the other condition is that you have a contract which covers it. So, and in this respect, I think what the next step is, and the important step, once a claim occurs, we need to handle and to indemnify victims as quick as possible. There are legal obligations, of course, but you know, in terms of human-wise, you need to do this as quick as the system allows you to do. So digitalization and every improvement of the system is very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Christian. Öncelikle panelistlerimize teşekkür ederim.
I would like to thank all panelists for their insights, and also would like to thank them for taking note of the time. I would now like to move to the second round of questions. We will have 5 minutes each for each speaker in this round, so that we will have time for Q&A as well. This time I will change the direction of the question, if it's okay, and I'll start with Ms. Berg.
Not exactly managing, but what are the what is your advice for advancing catastrophic insurance partnership of Turkey through cross-border coordination opportunities? This is one thing, but again, like referring to what I just said a little earlier, so again, like with the experience you just presented, if you see anything that we have similarities at large, please share with us. And out of which, if you see anything we as Turkish Insurance Association can take initiative or launch an initiative, I think that would be very beneficial moving forward for us. So this is my question, but again, you can tailor the question in the way you want.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah. Let me first of all say that every country is obviously different, and we have to really recognize that social and cultural norms will be different in every country, and this needs to be incorporated into design of every scheme. So I wouldn't say that you can just take one example and transfer it immediately to Turkey, because it may not work. So that, having said that, I think there is obviously the earthquake insurance market is very well developed. So then looking at examples, as our colleague just stated, from France, where coverage is nearly universal, or New Zealand, where coverage is nearly universal, I think that can be very useful because you already have such a high level of development. So the question is, how do you increase earthquake insurance penetration? What are ways through which this can be done? I think something that in the French scheme is the case is that there is an auto-renewal of policies, while here there seems to be a lapse of policies if it is not renewed by the policyholder. Maybe that is something to be taken into consideration, or maybe it's not appropriate. What about coverage levels? Are coverage levels perceived as being sufficient, or are they actually insufficient, and through that there is lack of willingness to take out an earthquake insurance policy because policyholders don't feel like it is actually contributing sufficiently. And a very important topic of affordability. How can you ensure that as insurance coverage increases, as other perils are being insured, that it remains affordable for everyone, especially the poor? And what is the role of the government in helping manage that? I think these are some of the questions where it will be useful to learn from other countries that have successfully expanded insurance coverage, and maybe also from some that have challenges and have tried certain policies or programs and that haven't worked. I think that is one suggestion that I would have. I would like to come back also to the point on disaster risk finance strategies. This holistic approach, we at least believe, can be very useful in really having a very thorough understanding of where the risks come from and how to address them and what are the best instruments. I mentioned Indonesia and Philippines that having very well developed such strategy, but there's also many countries in Latin America that have very good strategies, are very proactive in identifying different instruments to really address the needs of those most vulnerable. Lastly, I think it's not only about Turkey benefiting from other countries, but I think also I would like to recognize that many countries in the world benefit from your experience. And that is something that, as the World Bank, we really appreciate. I know that many delegations come here actually to learn from TCIP, many from Europe and Central Asia, many from other regions that really take this as a best practice. And that, since you have such a well-developed earthquake insurance system, is something that I really would encourage to continue as you expand your own systems, that you continue sharing with other countries that may still want to learn from it. And last point is on these parametric instruments that I mentioned. I think this is something that maybe Sarah also has some ideas on, or others have ideas on, to really think about, can this be a good complement to an already good risk transfer system that you have in place to add parametric insurance for households, firms, or even at the government sovereign level. Let me end there.
Thank you, Gunhild. Christian, I am back to you. Again, I have the same question for you. It's about like your advice for advancing catastrophic partnerships of Turkey through like collaborative or through like this like global coordination opportunities. But however, I know this is something that actually I am curious, but I know actually for a fact that actually in France you have like two well-established, let me say, institutions around this catastrophic insurance. One is called CatNat. I think it stands for Catastrophes Naturelles, sorry my French. And the second one is CCR, which stands for Caisse Centrale de la Réassurance. Can you like tell us a little bit of these like institutions? What role are they exactly playing in terms of managing catastrophic risk? And again, going back to my original question, what your advice would be like for Turkey in terms of advancing catastrophic partnerships through this global cooperation opportunities?
Thank you. A Well, you said it in the beginning. I have the privilege and really the honor. I share the climate risk working group of the World Insurance Federation, which is a sort of a loose exchange what we do. And you have seen one of my prominent member, which is Tim, who spoke this morning. You know, we try not to give each other advice. We try to question the systems. We try to improve our systems. So this is a huge platform of exchange where we do several things. We work on guidance on a world scale. For example, we issued a paper on Build Back Better. So basically change construction standards appropriate to the region and think twice where you building permits of risk exposure. Secondly, we exchange. Tim gave several time presentations. We give presentations, and fellows from Azerbaijan, from Chile, and other exchange their best practice. And I think this is a very good way to get into a global dialogue, because if you think there are only a handful of people around the world who dealing with this subject, and it's a really fascinating and passionate subject. So you ask the second question, and let me start with CCR, Caisse Centrale de Réassurance, which is a state-backed reinsurer in France, which basically guarantees us that we have a state involvement at one point in time. So you can...
Can you?
Yeah, hello?
Yeah,
yeah, okay, now it's... So basically, no, now it's not working. I feel... Sorry about this.
That's all right, no, it's not you, it's the...
So basically, it allows to have a stable premium income on one hand, on the other hand, to know till what time the insurance industry goes, and then have a kind of a stop loss where the state kicks in. Just to give you the history of France, we used in 41 years, in the beginning, just one time the state intervention. So we believe the solution, the private solution is the good one, but, and this is the important but, we couldn't do it without a public-private partnership, because knowing at one point the state kicks in, this is the way you can bring stability to the system, you can purchase reinsurance, you can do a lot of things, and you can organize prevention, but it's only through a mechanism where the state is in. Let me add one little thing, where I said it in the beginning, and we have seen it in different things. Obviously, if there's no system in place, if the state kicks in, it's necessary at one point, but you need to have a good repartition with the state, who does what if you want to put a system in place. Because if the people have the impression that in any case, why should I pay for an insurance if the state kicks in, nobody will really purchase insurance. I think this is an important thing, and we have the experience with some of our neighbor countries in Europe that basically to put now a system in place, since the state intervened so heavily, it is very, very difficult.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. Serap Hanım, size dönecek olursam, sizle en
Miss Sedef, so on to you for the final round. We talked about dust with you. What else would you like to say? What do you think needs to be done further to enhance DASK or to make it even better? Of course, what Christian said regards to the state kicking in when it absolutely has to, maybe plays a role here as well. Well, I was part of the team which introduced DASK. So when we were coming up with it, it was paramount for us to make sure that the state was part of this whole system in two ways. One, because of the data, and the second is the reassurance or reinsurance. Of course, finding reinsurance is a bit of a nitty-gritty subject. Therefore, for the state to be there, ready to kick in when things go south, of course, it makes life much easier in terms of finding reinsurance. So, thinking back, of course, DASK has tremendous public support. It has tremendous support from the insurance industry. Pretty much everyone is trying to do something for DASK. And unfortunately, DASK did go through certain acid tests as well. I'm saying unfortunately because of the earthquake, because many people passed away. It's my opinion that the administration in charge of DASK have had a chance to observe it better than we did. What was really hurting here, or what we should really consider here, should be the following. If an individual isn't covered in terms of property through DASK, they might say, I wish I had it done. But even worse than that is for them to have a policy however realizing after the disaster that the disaster wasn't covered in the policy. This is a sort of point of no return in terms of that relationship of confidence that should be there between the two parties. A few speakers in the morning sessions have talked about this as well. Also, the chair of the IPPRSP has talked about this. Our agents, our agencies, our brokers play a vital role in terms of touch basing with the policyholders, with the beneficiaries, because it takes ages to establish the sense of trust. And of course, the product needs to be priced in a way that's accessible. For example, what did the Philippines do? The Philippines have this persistent group of people who are in sort of denial. They don't want to have anything to do with such insurance products because they are merely surviving. And of course, it's very difficult to appeal to these people struggling with cost of living crisis. And what they did was to come up with a micro-insurance catastrophe policy, so a new product custom designed for them. So within World Bank, we have an approach that is immeasurable in terms of solving these problems. It's basically a custom tailored approach in response to the specific needs of each and every country. That's what was done for Philippines, which effectively meant that the coverage ratio has come up to 80%. Because it was priced at a very low level, very accessible with the underprivileged groups. Of course, for us, the price is a function of the risk that we're posed with, but of course, it has to be low enough for the person to be able to take it up. So the largest or the highest coverage in response to the lowest amount to be paid. Of course, we come from a statist sort of culture. We expect things to be done by state. We expect state to act like a father, like a mother when it comes to these disasters. But of course, there's much role to be played by the industry itself. And for so long as we can make these products accessible by various groups within the society, I think we can push the coverage ratios up to appeal to more people. In the ASEAN region, touching upon your partnership point, I would like to say that these 10 countries within the ASEAN region, rather than these 10 countries coming up with their own dusk products separately, they decided to come together, come up with a company covering all 10 countries to be incorporated in Singapore, subject to Singapore law, and to be supervised by the authorities in Singapore as well. And this firm, this company, comes up with these products for the whole of the region to offer solutions for disaster risk. But there are also little dusk policies in each of these countries. I think the insurance companies need to be instrumental in terms of transferring this demand or this need through to dusk. Of course, dusk was established 23 years ago. There were many changes. It has developed tremendously. But maybe it's time for another round of change. Maybe we need to consider what else needs to be done, put in or taken out. Because if there is if we're still at 60% after all this time, then maybe something's got to give. In the medium-term plan, announced recently, of course, we see that dusk is also touched upon, so that it can be expanded in terms of different parts of the society. And I sense that there are efforts at the governmental and state level as well to expand that coverage, dusk coverage, in light of the new threats and threats. I think the insurance industry needs to take it up upon itself. I'm talking on my behalf. I'm not talking on the part of World Bank anymore. This is my personal opinion. I think it's important for the insurance company to maybe assume part of that risk. When we talk about public-private partnership, you can basically achieve nothing unless and until you are innovative and you are flexible and you are creative. So you need to look at it with a different perspective. If things are not working the way they are within the current parameters, then you need to change your parameters. You need to change your way of looking. In other emerging countries as well, I know that Turkey is seen as a leader, as a pioneer in terms of dusk insurance or other insurance types as well, maybe private pension. So I know there's a lot to consider. There's a lot on the plate for the insurance industry in Turkey. But we have so many threats and risks confronting Turkey that we need to look for some maybe structural changes or quick wins. And if you are finding it difficult to focus on your line of business, of course, you can go to EBRD, you can go to World Bank. They can try to provide or come up with a different perspective to light the way. But of course, at the end of the day, you need to rise up to the occasion. And okay, thank you very much. If you ever come back from Washington to Turkey, we would very much love to make use of your esteemed opinions. Thank you very much, everyone on the panel, for your invaluable insight. We have roughly 10 minutes for any questions. I'd like to open the floor to questions. Please raise your hand if you have anything to ask so we can
Herkese merhaba. Hello everyone, my name is Özgür Ak. I'm a member of academy at Marmara University. I'd like to thank all the speakers for their opinions. I have a question for Ms. Serap, please. She has provided us a historical background on the establishment of TASC. So we have focused on Asia, we have looked at Japan and New Zealand, but I know Ms. Serap came from the US. So what's the situation in the US about earthquake, disaster risk? How do things work in the US? Let me take it up quickly. Of course, more than the earthquake, flooding is more of a problem in the US, but we're talking disaster risk overall. I think this problem in the US is the fact that up until a certain time ago, the companies did not actually provide coverage or policy for these risks. They didn't quote a price, they didn't want to provide a product for it because the risk was there and they didn't feel like they could price it fairly in a way that wouldn't bankrupt the companies themselves because the risk was so huge. Flooding risk or flood risk for most companies is out of coverage still. But if you want to buy a house and you want to do it on mortgage, unless and until you have flood insurance, they're not going to provide you with that mortgage. So this incrementally meant that a mechanism was formed, not in the way that we have now, but a mechanism was created step by step. Was this an answer to your question? Any other questions? The state is everywhere. Any other question? Hello. My name is Yaşar Özen. I've been working in the insurance industry for the past 33 years. Thank you very much to everyone who put in their efforts to make this event possible. I don't have a question. I have two observations to share. I am also part of AKUT, the research and recovery team, since the 99 earthquake in Turkey. So I've always been a part of the rescue efforts as well. And I would say that I think even for an industry like insurance, which is in a direct position to respond to these disasters, I think we have the wrong descriptions or definitions at hand. We are not prepared for it because we don't have the right starting point in terms of the definition. Because these disasters are preventable to some extent. We can be proactive about it. Also, there's an obstacle, I believe, in our country in terms of being proactive. It's the perception or the expectation on the part of the public that the state should act like a father or a mother to respond to these disasters and to make things good again. Any other questions?
Hello, I'm Will Yıldız. I'm a legal intern at attorney from Yusuf Yıldız Law Firm, firstly. My question for all of the panelists, but Mrs. Serap, if you will give an answer, I will be placed. Our mandatory insurance policies pay us like $25,000 for each house. We know that we are talking about the public-private partnerships, and there are some regulations about this, and that's absolutely. But we know that it's not enough to buy a new house in Turkey. But you are talked about affordable premiums. Have to be a balance between affordable insurance premiums and covering all of the risks and value of the each houses and other assets or something like that. I am thinking about what's the ideal balance between them and other things for all of the panelists. Thank you very much.
Ben başlayayım mı?
Buyurun.
İngilizce mi? İngilizce mi?
Nasıl arzu ederseniz.
Ben Türkçe konuşayım ya. Türkiye'deyken İngilizce sevmiyorum. Bu tabii çok zor bir denge.
Of course, this is a difficult balance to achieve.
Sigorta şirketleri de hayır kurumu değil.
But insurance companies are not charities.
Bir maliyeti var.
They have certain costs to consider,
Yansıtmadan
and they have to pass this cost on. They can't sell a policy without doing that. Mandatory insurances
olması gereken bir birim. Bunu sağlamak
has to be economical, and for that to happen, of course, you need to have a very good database with a very good analysis of that database.
riski de sigortalının yani ev sahibinin ya da ev sahibi diyoruz. DASK'ın en önemli eksiklerinden biri aslında
I think one of the major things that the DASK lacks is that
sadece bireysel
it doesn't cover state entities. It's only about private households that's covered by DASK. So it's important for us to analyze this data effectively.
dağıtım kanalları olmak başta olmak üzere
And then look for ways to reduce the cost for certain groups.
işte devletin şeyi burada.
And that's where the state needs to step in if it does.
Bir analitik taşınma
You need to have an analytical view of the overall population with a view on the income distribution, after which you might find yourself in a position having to make a decision similar to the Philippines example. Maybe come up with a group. Another thing that can be done is for the insurance companies and for the state to act together, to cooperate, to push up the coverage ratios, which then will mean that you can reduce the premiums for certain disadvantaged groups and make it more affordable, because then you will have more room in the overall pool to come up with concessionary pricing for certain groups. Of course, mandatory insurance. I remember in 1999 we went on to TV and we talked about mandatory insurance, and people called us in and they said, "Why do you care about my house?" You can't force insurance upon me. I have my personal liberties, and the state should be in no position to push insurance on me. That's what they said. So when you look at DASK, yes, there are new policies, but renewals are going down. There's a lower rate of renewals. So maybe these are the points to consider. Why do people not renew? Is it the agency's fault? They don't remind the customers, or they don't have the means to renew the policies? Yes, there's new policy generation. I don't think that's the major problem for DASK, but in terms of the renewals, there's a problem. So maybe that's one thing we need to consider. Of course, it's a very difficult balance to strike, because A, you need to provide the maximum coverage with favorable prices. Of course, there's a lot of actuarial work behind it, but there are examples that have done it nicely, and I think Turkey should be able to do it too.
the question?
Just a short comment. I mean, I can speak about the French system. Since we cover a large range of perils and we have a huge penetration rate, the rate is proportional to the value that you insure. So even low-income people pay very low prices. So I mean, you can get it to, you know, you insure and then you see with the less fortunate people, are you subsidizing it, or are you subsidizing it and go out over time if the penetration rate goes higher? But the danger is, and we had also moments in our system where people said, why? Wait a minute, I'm paying, I have never a thing. And now I think the recent debate and the recent events we have seen all over the world, nobody is safe. There can be hail, there can be a storm, there can be everything everywhere. And I think this has, at least in a lot of European countries, increased the awareness that protection is needed. And in some countries, the role of the state is more prominent than others, but I think it's also up to everyone to say, you know, to the extent I can, I protect myself.
Thank you, Christian. Gunhit, any remarks from your side? Then we can close the session.
Sure. I fully agree with what the previous panelists said. Just to note that insurance is obviously the most important for the poor, because in case of a disaster strikes, they are not going to have the means to reconstruct their house on their own. So these are ultimately the ones that we should care about the most. But I fully agree, insurance needs to be profitable, it needs to make business sense. But if you increase the pool, then it becomes easier to actually offer more affordable premiums. And if there is a affordability issue, through data, through segmentation, you offer risk-adjusted pricing. Or you can even think about differentiated coverage. But if you have coverage that is so low that at the end of the day, the government will step in and actually reconstruct all the houses because it's not sufficient, then you have moral hazard, and then it's not going to bring anything. So that's why an increase in coverage is also necessary.
Basically, what I hear is you are referring to the power of mutualization. The higher the pool goes, the better the mutualization will be. Müsaade ederseniz biz zamanımızın sonuna geldik. Sizlere
I think we have used up our time. Thank you very much to our esteemed panelists for their insight and contributions, for their time, for being with us today. Thank you for all your questions and for your attention. Mr. Cemal and all the participants, thank you very much for being here. If we could keep you on stage, Mr. Cemal, and all the panelists, please. A few minutes on the stage. Mr. Uğur Gülen, Chairman of the Turkish Insurance Association, if we could have you on stage to present the placards to the participants. Mr. Rapp, if we could please keep you on stage for the family photo, please. And this one is for Mr. Cemal. If we could please have you on stage for a family photo.
Çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Çok mersi, çok teşekkürler. Buyurun. Evet efendim, biraz yorulduk galiba. Çok fazla afetler konuştuk.
We've been talking about disasters a lot, which
sabahtan beri bir afet
bore us down a little bit. We've been talking about disasters all day long, so maybe let's take a break now. And maybe a change of topic might be a good idea. I would now like to invite to the podium Valentin Denizia, a partner at Ernst & Young. He's been working in innovative applications for the past 17 years, working in artificial intelligence, currently assessing the effects of artificial intelligence. He is also part of the governor's board at an insurance company. He will talk to us about computing technologies and productive artificial intelligence and insurance industry. Valentin.
As the other guest, thanks the organizers and EY Turkey for the invitation. So we have 30 minutes, or roughly 30 to 40 minutes of the coffee break, so courage. And I will not speak about catastrophe. I will speak about opportunities and cost reduction for the insurance using what we call generative AI. Amongst you, how many have heard about GenAI or have already used ChatGPT? Just raise your hand. So not that much. OK. So a brief talk about the agenda. So I will do a brief introduction around GenAI. What is it? What it means? What it means within the insurance sectors, and concrete use case and example. Due to the time allowed, I will only have the time to show you one video around the claiming process, but I think it illustrates quite well how this kind of technology will impact your market. That being said, we'll finish with the limitation and perspective because, as you will see, most of the French insurers have started to work on that kind of technology. So it's for you to understand that we are at a it's a game-changing technology. So first, some conviction. GenAI is not a nice to have, even if it's quite new, and I will come back to that point later. It's really mandatory for you to understand that it's a game changer, not within the industry, but also within the market, for yourself, for the insurance, for the banking sector, for everyone, from a professional standpoint and also for the personal standpoint. You need to have a holistic view, meaning that even if it's a technology, it should not be part or considered only as a technology. It should be taken care about the impact that it will have across the whole set of services. So please consider the ROI aspect and not consider the fact that GenAI is only a technology. The speed, the adoption, the release, I think there is not a single week where you cannot find new articles, news around new models, around new aspects that GenAI will provide or will have on the market. Experience will matter. Some of the organization has already started to work on the AI stuff, so what we call now the classic AI. So those organizations will be on the top line to deploy at scale, because that's one of the key topics around AI, is that you need to develop at scale the stuff. It's easy to do some POCs, it's easy to do some MVPs, but it's difficult to get the deployment at scale across an entire organization. And obviously, there is some risk, and there is really important risk. The main one, when I speak to people, is how do I protect my data? How can I manage the IP, so the intellectual property, to be sure that I will not share my content and my intelligence to the other organization. So I will address that point as well. So GenAI is not new. GenAI comes from an evolution of the artificial intelligence. We set the birth of GenAI in 2017. Why? Because it's in 2017 that some researcher from Google has released a paper that created or released the transformers. That's the famous T in ChatGPT. So it's the architecture of the transformers that really changed the game and allowed the birth of the large language model as we know them. The second important date is late November 2022, as the release of ChatGPT at some point kind of make the people to realize that AI, and especially GenAI, is there. So what is GenAI? GenAI is an artificial intelligence that generates content. As of today, there is 4 kinds of different content. The first one is text. ChatGPT, for example, generates text based on a question that you can raise in natural language. It can also be used for code development. Just one idea of how the technology has already spread across the world. We estimate that as of today, 50% of the world code production across the entire financial service industry is produced using ChatGPT or the equivalent. So the adoption is massive, considering the fact that this kind of technology is really new. Sound and image. Why we are mentioning this? Because within the insurance sector and within the financial sector, voice is important, because it means that you will be able to replace or enhance the people that are working on outline, for example, by the equivalent of the artificial intelligence. Why image? Because within the insurance sector, usually if you have a claim, you have to upload your image, and using the power of GenAI to image recognition, you will be able to do some very interesting stuff. I have the demo after. Second thing to notice is that as of today, the GenAI is limited to one content, meaning that ChatGPT, with the exception of ChatGPT-4, produce text, or produce sounds, or produce images. Tomorrow, one model will be able to produce or generate both text, sound, image, video at a less extent at the same time, meaning that instead of having multiple models, multiple machine learning models, you will only have one that is capable of addressing a wide set of use cases. What is impressive with this technology is that the time needed to spread that technology and to reach adoption was unprecedented in the history. It took only 5 days for ChatGPT to reach 1 million users. To reach 100 million users, it was only 2 months. Just to give you an example, Netflix, I think you all know Netflix. It took Netflix 7 years to reach 100 million users. And now we are almost around between 200 and 300 million users per day. It's because once you have started to use it, I mean really use it, not to play with, it's something that is difficult to get rid of it. On the image, mid-journey, there is more than 2.5 million images generated per day. There, from a marketing point of view, we expect that by the end of next year, meaning 2025, between 30 and 40% of all the marketing content will be generated using GenAI. So it's massive in terms of adoption and in terms of things that could be achievable right now. On another area, not related to insurance or financial sector, GenAI was used to develop a cure for a specific treatment that could took years to, in fact, to be developed normally. So it took 21 days to have a fully complete drug developed using GenAI. It's in trial right now. Evolution, I was talking just previously that the quickness of the evolution of the technology is just unprecedented. It's just massive. It's an example, a very concrete example of the evolution across just 1 year. In March 2022, with the same prompt, so prompt is the text you input as an entry for the generative AI, you see that, yeah, it was an old lady in front of a coffee with some plants. So you can see that, yeah, the image is not that good. You can say that it's generated by an AI. 1 year after, it's difficult to say if it's an image generated by the AI or it's actually a real picture. So think about, and it's one of the risks, think about tomorrow fakes. We already saw that fakes have an impact on the financial market, but within the insurance market tomorrow, if I create an image of my car, for example, with some damages, are you able to distinguish what is true and what is fake? So it's going to be a little bit difficult. What it means in insurance. In insurance, it's not us that's telling that. Most of the use cases, or at least the best use cases, are around claim prevention, customer services, assistance, agents, and what the board are looking for is the cost reduction, obviously, and operational excellence, and to a less extent, some revenue generation and client and employee satisfaction. So most of the use cases we are currently dealing with are focusing on that space. But they are not the only use cases that could be achievable within the insurance. This is a typical value chain, insurance value chain. So you can see that under from the marketing to the underwriting to the claims and debt collection, you've got multiple use cases. That's why I was saying at the beginning, don't consider this kind of technology only from technical standpoint, from technology standpoint. It will have impact across the whole set of activities. Not only the vertical one, meaning the one where you are speaking to clients, but also on the supporting function. I talked a little bit about the IT side, but you can find stuff around regulatory, around finance, again, around human resources. Performing a job description or writing a job description using GenAI is just a piece of cake, if you allow me the expression. Having a comparison between the adequation of a profile to a job offer is also something that you can do very easily. And regarding the regulatory side, we expect that most of the regulatory report, which is quite painful to do and usually a source of errors in terms of data quality, will be reviewed and generated by GenAI because that's always the same format and it's always the same data in there. So what are the approaches you can see in the market? Three sort of interest. So for few people, few actors, there is only few level of prioritization of AI. They are not the majority. The majority is at the center. They saw or you saw generative AI as cost-cutting tool, mainly. So meaning that you will deploy GenAI on the internal processes to reduce the cost, to be more effective, and to enhance the value. For some that has already played with GenAI and already performed some POCs, some of them are focusing on the right side, so we could see value creation using this kind of technology. Some of them will decide to use their own model. It's a very limited part of the business. Most of you will use ChatGPT, will use APIs, will use models that have been pre-trained and developed by other entities because it's very costly. So in terms of impact on the market and impact in terms of business model, Again, the main focus of our customers as of today are around reducing cost. So augment the workforce, augment the employee, use GenAI as customer support, and use it for data and data production. But again, you can realize that, yeah, it works. You can grow your revenue, either in terms of market expansion or generate a completely new P&L using GenAI by releasing new services, by releasing products that are by nature or by design powered and enhanced by GenAI. Again, on the processes as well, we have had the RPA a few years ago. It was working okay, but it was not a game changer. Now you will be very far from what you have known already based on the RPA. So few actors see really competitive advantage directly on using this kind of technology in terms of creativity, in terms of quality, and so on. Concrete example. Those are publics. I'm currently working with insurance that are not listed on that slide. So the big actors within the insurance have taken this kind of technology. The most advanced as of today is AXA, because they have a close partnership with Microsoft, where they want to deploy by the end of this year ChatGPT or a version of ChatGPT designed especially for AXA for 1,000 users. Allianz and Generali have also worked or start working with the technology, especially on the claiming process and on the legal side, because reviewing contracts is something that is painful and that needs a lot of people, usually. But now you can just send the detail of your contract and identify what is missing or what you have to review and remediate based on the evolution. Some others insurers, French insurers, also start to work on that, especially to create stuff, to create marketing content around podcasts, around data, around asset manager. And we are seeing a lot of startups emerging based on ChatGPT technology that kind of wants to realize new chatbot or the next generation chatbot around advisor or just around customer relationship. So use case and concrete example. To illustrate that, we have developed a lot of demos, because slides is good, but demos and videos are better. I don't have the time to show you everything, but that's just a quick description of what we have done. So we have done demos on client interaction, knowledge management, something that will be also largely used in the future. Email analysis for some of the some of the insurers are also an asset management part. You can use ChatGPT to be your financial advisor or to speed up the processes. I already mentioned IT for language conversion, modernization, IT modernization, retro documentation, and obviously augmented employee. An example of the claiming process. So that's basically a claiming process. So you just imagine that you have, unfortunately, a car accident. So you have to contact your hotline. You have a call center. Now with the speech-to-text, you don't need anymore someone, or at least to a less extent. Then you have to log into the web portal. That's the one I will highlight using a video. And after that, there is financial assessment. There is fraud risk evaluation. So on those part of the process, AI usually is already deployed or partially used. But you will be able to go a little bit further. So video. After that. No, sorry. No? Sorry? Yeah. So you are on the web portal, so you put your name, you put your license plate, so the system recognizes you. So it can identify that it's actually you are a client, that you are a car. Usually you have to drop the image of your accident. So this is a car with something wrong in the panel. So tomorrow, today the assessment is done by an expert or by someone. Tomorrow, yes, GenAI can recognize that it's a car and can directly recognize the areas where the damage are. So in terms of how you will handle the process, in terms of speed to deploy this and to answer to the client, it will drastically improve. We put, it goes very fastly, but I will go back. I will put that again. But at the bottom of the image, I can pause, sorry. We put some data that is data basically that all the insurers have within their database. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, just, yeah, if you can pause there. So the model can directly recognize that. No. Go back a little bit, please. Again. Yeah, please stop. So the model can directly, or the AI can directly recognize that, yes, there is damages part, and that the part, based on the historical data you have for this kind of vehicles, is worth, we put 750 euros. But you're going to have models to assure that on top of the AI. So tomorrow, you're going to have a mix of classic AI and a mix of GenAI models that are able to address directly all the points that you may need at some point. And after that, you can run the videos. If you agree with the evaluation, there's additional question around, can you drive the car, still drive the car? Because we know that insurers has, some contract with garage, so you can directly geolocalize the vehicle, and then if you agree with, again, with the amount, the GenAI can directly take the rendezvous, and you've got nothing to say. So in terms of how you will manage tomorrow your claiming process, it's just one illustration, but you can imagine that you can get rid of experts at some point for the less value. You can improve the fraud detection, so you can really change the way you are doing you are assuming the claiming process again. So finally, limitation and perspective. So GenAI is not, again, it's not a magic wand. You cannot do anything or everything as of today, and it presents some risk. Risk in terms of quality and output. I think you have all heard about the phenomenon of hallucination. So that's the fact for GenAI to completely invent the answer. It's a phenomenon that is less and less pregnant, but that's still the case. So to be used cautiously. That's why you still need a human to review what the AI has released. Bias and fairness, it's something that is important for the regulator and yourself. Clearly, regarding GenAI, it's difficult to address that point because you didn't build the model. The model has billions, if not trillions, of parameters. So explaining to a regulator how you end with such results is not possible as of today. Price and cost, we have been reassured. So the pricing is less than the classic AI stuff that we used to know before. So literally a POC, for example, if you want to try, start at around 50K euros, so not that much. And you've got a direct results. So it's easy to calculate an ROI compared to the former or the classic AI. Legal issues, privacy and data security, that's the main concern as of today. And that's why we are doing some stuff around defining a risk framework. So as soon as the people has realized that the technology has really something to bring to a company, we are working on the risk framework. So we define the usage based on not only the technical side, but also on the ROE, on the business, on the strategy of the bank or of the insurer. Then we identify the associated risk based on specific use case. We define criteria, mitigation, and we have a synthesis, and we put everything in production for the boards to be reassured about the use of GenAI. So most of the organizations are at this point, as of today, at least in France. So I hope that you understand now that it's not a question of, how or should we go in that direction. The market has already moved, so it's a question of fastness, quickness, efficiency. But how you do it, there's various ways to do it right now. So from a rapid deployment to a customized approach, most of the people are using either SaaS or APIs. I think you've heard about Microsoft Copilot. So it will be directly included in the Microsoft 365 offering. You have to pay, obviously. It's $40 per person and per month. So not that much, but still a significant amount of money if you have many or thousands of employees. Most of the models as of today start with APIs. And when you are using APIs, the thing is that it's very easy to use. If you have a cloud provider, you can literally deploy the API within days only, and even less than that. So meaning that every single organization can use a LLM model, not tomorrow, but within the next month, within the next upcoming month. And for few of the organizations, you're going to have, or you're going to need specific models. So depending of the choice you are doing, but as it's customized, it's going to take longer. So that's the end of my presentation. It's obviously a very brief overview. I don't know if you've got any question. No, it was very clear? No? So thank you.
Sesi açar mısınız? Çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Thank you very much. Stop. Türkiye Sigorta Birliği Başkan Yardımcı Sayın Ahmet Yaşar. Lütfen sahneye alalım ve plaket için. Buyurun. Sorry. Thank you. Çok teşekkür ediyoruz Valentin'e. Efendim bir ara verelim. Kahve arası dememe gerek kalmadı. Herkes zaten kalktı gidiyor kahveye doğru. Tamam peki verelim.
detaylı sigorta yaptırmak isterdim. Her şeyi.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Tamam.
Sigorta yaptırmak önemli mi efendim?
Önemlidir.
Neden efendim?
Bir şey olursa hiç olmazsa ondan fayda görürüz.
Yani özel olarak yaptırdığım, özel olarak aldığım her şey sigortalı. Zaten yaptırdım ama daha da bütçeyi açabilirdim. Çünkü bu kadar bir deprem hiçbir zaman için beklemiyordum.
5 Şubat'a dönseydiniz neyinizi sigortalatmak isterdiniz?
Daha detaylı sigorta yaptırmak isterdim her şeyi. O kaskoyu daha da genişletebilirdim belki, daha kapsamlı yaptırabilirdim.
Efendim 5 Şubat'a tekrar dönseydiniz neyinizi sigortalatmak isterdiniz?
Bütün mal varlıklarımı, her şeyimi sigortalamak isterdim. Çünkü kendimi garantiye almak istiyorum. Ve garantili yapmıştım. Evimi deprem sigortası, dükkanımı iş sigortası yaptım.
Benim birçok şeyim sigortalıydı zaten. Bu depremi ben az çok takip ediyordum, bekliyordum Hatay'da. Sigortadan dolayı herhangi bir sıkıntı yaşamadım. Bütün paramı aldım.
Hem kendimi, ailemi, sağlık olarak hem de evimi vardı sigortalatmak isterdim.
Tavsiyem şu olabilir. Yazılan canımız Allah'a emanet ama evimizde sigortaya emanet. Doğru mu?
Pişmanım, tabii ki onun takibini yapmam lazımdı ama kiracım rica etmişti bir hafta sonra çıkacağım diye. O ricayı kıramadım. O da başımıza geldi. Aslında bütün mal varlığımı iyi bir sigorta yaptırmak isterdim. 31.01'de 2023'te bitmiş, 6 gün öncesinde depremin. Kendim de o 6 günden dolayı kaybettim maalesef.
Bir iş yerim vardı. Allah'tan önceden sigortalatmıştım. Paramı geri alabildim. Şimdi işime geri dönebiliyorum. O yüzden benim pek bir sıkıntım yok.
İstanbul depreminden bahsediliyor. Biz bunu yaşadık. Çok insan parasız kaldı, ortada kaldı. Ben bütün eşyalarımın parasını aldım mesela. Ama İstanbul'dakiler, büyük şehirdekiler böyle bir depremde çıkacak yerleri olmayacak. Gerekirse yani bütün her şeylerini sigorta ettirsinler. Biz depremi yaşadık, bunu samimiyetimle söylüyorum. Sigorta belki size biraz fazla yük gibi gelebilir ama hayatınızı kurtarır. Sizi kimseye muhtaç etmez. En azından yanınızda bir birikiminiz olur.
Bir nebze olsa rahatlattı. Yani ne de olsa elimizde hiçbir şey kalmadı. O bir ilaç geldi o en azından ayakta durmak için.
Kesinlikle herkes sigorta yaptırsın, yani o ilk başta ödenen bir rakam. Ama daha sonrası için işte böyle felaketlerde bizi kurtarıcı oluyor yani.
Annemleri ve etrafımdaki insanları bu konuda teşvik etmediğim için kendime de kızıyorum. Hani onlara da aynı tavsiyelerde bulunabilirdim. Ben yaptırdım. Ben memnunum açıkçası ve herkese de tavsiye ediyorum.
Her şeyi sigortalatırmak isterdik. Bilemedik ki. Evimi sigorta ettiririm. Arabamı kaskolaştırdım.
5 Şubat'a tekrar dönseydiniz neyinizi sigortalatmak isterdiniz?
Aklımıza ne gelirse hepsini sigortalatırdık. Neden? Çünkü her şeyi kaybettik ama bir şey talep edemiyoruz. En azından hakkımız olan bir şeyleri alırdık. Demek ki her şeyi sigortalamamız lazım ki kendimizi de garantiye alalım.
En başında evimi sigortalatırdım. Çünkü can kaybımız çok oldu. Abimler ailecek gitti, yeğenim gitti. Zor bir dönemden geçiyoruz. Allah bir daha böyle bir acıyı hiçbir yere yaşatmasın ya Rabbim.
Kesinlikle her konuda her şeyi sigorta, yani en önemlisi o. Yani ufak bir meblağ ödüyorsun ama hiç tahmin etmediğin bir yerden bir şekilde vurulabiliyorsun yani. O da hiç beklenmeyen bir anda bile olabiliyor. Biz sigorta evimizi yaptırdığımızda 6 ay öncesiydi. 3 ay sonrası zaten bu davayla karşılaştık.
Sigorta çok önemli. Yani hayatını devam ettirebilmen için doğal afet oluyor. Neler olacağı belli değil. O yüzden kesinlikle herkese tavsiye ediyorum.
Sarı mikrofon. Türkiye'nin en çok konuşulan mikrofonu.
Evet efendim. Şimdi biz bu programı...
Okay, so when we were coming up with the program, trying to decide on the details with the organization company, we said for today, around noon today, 3.5 quarters, we thought would have gone already. They're still here. Ison is here. We betted on this. Some people said, by 11, 3/4 would have gone. But you proved us wrong. Mr. Rohr said, yes, you are right. Yeah, you said we would have people here. It's pretty robust still. We have a solid crowd. There's good participation still. No, it doesn't have nothing to do with me. Okay, so we'll try to take a break from disasters and we have one speaker to give us a different view. Maybe we can talk about the international perspective a little bit. You all know the speaker, but let me say a few words still. Clinical psychologist and author, Mr. Beyhan Budak. Could I please have you on stage? Thank you very much. How are you? Is everything all right? Sometimes when I attend a psychology congress or a conference, I say, how are you doing? And then one of those occasions somebody said, well, if we were all right, why would we be here? Is there anyone in the room listening to the English interpretation, please? Anyone in the room listening to the English interpretation? Could you please raise your hand? Thank you. Okay, so I studied in Ankara. I worked in the public sector for 9 years. Then I resigned, and then I've been working as a freelancer since. And I have a YouTube channel. I do podcasts. I also write books. I think some of you might have known me. Yes, I see a few hands up who are familiar with my name or face. My YouTube channel have 2.4 million followers. I quite like it. I quite enjoy it. It's a great way to connect with people. It's also in the top 10 of the channels for psychologists broadcasting in their own name. There are a lot of people following from Germany, the Turkish diaspora in Europe. And for some reason, people seem to think that my content is relevant for their well-being. The times that we live, we seem to have really fancy lives, shishi lives, but anything that's beyond that standard, as if we all live in a 24/7 bubble, feel like they have failed if their life, in their opinion, isn't as bougie as they see for others on the social media. So we're not quite well, but we also know that people have been following, watching these psychological thrillers, various soap operas about our childhood traumas, family matters. And sometimes people, I see, try to get rid of these traumas. We all have traumas. It's not possible to stay away from traumas because we always go through rough patches in life, and we are confronted with challenges that we're not entirely comfortable with. And I always try to say this whenever I have one of these talks. There is no perfect life. There is no perfect moment. This is just not possible. Everybody has their own problems, issues, shortcomings. I will share with you an anecdote from my real life. I was working at the time for a public sector company, and I bought an Opel Astra, which was a nice car for me at the time. I had to get a line of credit from the bank to finance it. It's such an interesting connection you have with these with these fancy cars, or what seemed like fancy to me at the time. It was almost like a sexual connection. People look at the car, I look at them, I look at my car, I feel like cleaning the car, polishing it. But of course, the more you care about something, the more is the chance that something bad will happen. So one of those days, I was driving the car, and then there's a cat on the street. I try not to hit the cat, and then trying to swivel away from the cat, I bumped into this pillar. And that was the moment I was like losing a part of me. And I was telling the same story to someone, about this accident, and they really did resonate with me. They didn't understand how I was feeling at the time. It was such a big pain because my nice car, my new car, was dented. And then I took it for repair, and I said, can you make it like brand new? And the repair guy said, he put his arm around me and he said, buddy, if you bump it, it will never be the same as before. We can make it better than before. You know what? I feel like saying the same thing to my patients. If it breaks down or if you bump it, it will never be the same as before, but we can make it better than before. Whatever we go through will always leave a mark on us. And we're not quite aware of what kind of impact or influence we are left with in those instances. For example, if I smack anyone, they will first realize the physical effect, the physical impact. They will have like a red spot on their face. But the emotional scars are not as visible in the first instance, but they stay with you usually longer. We have seen something similar during the pandemics. Before the pandemics, we had 5 people in the clinic. We had 5 people. Our turnaround time for new appointments was roughly 2 weeks. So it was a good waiting list. We were busy. But of course, the pandemics was a major hit. We were worried that we wouldn't be able to pay our rents and stuff. And once the lockdown started, we saw that there was actually an influx of new patients. There was 5 times as many people wanting to talk to us for therapy. I find it very interesting. We always say after the pandemics, people's psychological needs were mostly about the virus itself, about the illness, getting sick and all of that. But in our sample, that wasn't more than 5%. Those people worried about getting sick or being sick was not more than 5%. What the pandemic triggered was the old wounds in those people, the scars that they kept behind the curtains that began resurfacing or re-emerging. So the pandemic served as a trigger for many people, pulling those scars from under the carpet. Particularly, these disasters like pandemics, earthquakes, the general elections in Turkey, all of these triggers are like little dots, like you see on my piece of paper. You might not quite realize the significance at the beginning. You might say, okay, what is this? What are we going through? And then gradually, incrementally, you will come to a point that people say maybe they find you more angry than before, that they think you get set off much more easily compared to before, or maybe you're not as social as before. You don't want to mingle with people. You don't want to go out. So something has changed, not overnight, but as a culmination of things, and usually triggered by one or more of these disasters. And also, we go through an event. We might not necessarily react to it imminently, but it might surface sometime after in a completely different way. And these reactions can be classified as individual reactions or expansionist reactions. Like individual reactions usually come after individual disasters, big ones like earthquake. An individual event would be to be raped, or an expansive one would be to be emotionally abused by a very judgmental parent every single day for 10 years of your life. Our bodies and souls work quite seamlessly until they don't. And our ailments can surface in many different ways. It can be an obsessive compulsive disorder, it could be a physical illness, it could be being terribly quiet. So these are all sort of cries for help from your body. It's trying to tell you that Beyhan, there is something wrong going on in your life. You are in denial. You're not taking it seriously. So these are some examples of those red flags. Also, we talk about sometimes forgetting things, like leaving things behind. For example, with the earthquake in the immediate aftermath, a lot of people talked about the need to get our valuables insured so that at least on the financial monetary side, our losses can be compensated. But then, of course, that awareness were sidelined. People started forgetting about the devastation after the earthquake. They left it behind and they didn't take it as seriously. For example, same thing happens in the US when there's a storm happening in the US. The rate of getting insurance increases, the penetration increases, after which gradually, when there is no such disasters, people try to avoid it because they don't want to, of course, carry the burden, the financial burden of having to pay for the premiums. Of course, this is also a defense mechanism to some extent. This is a way of trying to deal with what we are posed with. We try to leave things behind, pretend they never happened, try to forget it for the sake of not having to deal with it. So I had a patient. She was 18-year-old. She came to see me after the earthquake. They resided in Maraş. They didn't have the means to talk to the psychologist, but of course we wanted to extend our services free of charge. She was also in the process of preparing for university exams. She came to see me, and then she was smiling. There was a smile, a sort of smile on her face. It wasn't a very clear one or a very obvious one. There was a sort of smile. I wanted her to tell me the story, and she continued talking with a smile still on her face. And then she went on to tell me that she was under the rubbles for 2 days, through which she heard her sister's voice the whole time, but she lost her mom, dad, and a brother. Of course, this is a major devastation, because nobody thinks such things would happen to you. Suddenly your life changes within a matter of seconds, and of course this is a total collapse, but collapse also happens over 2 days under the rubble, having to endure hearing the voices of your loved ones slowly dying. But this person, this young person, had this fixed smile on her face, as if she hasn't lost anyone, as if she didn't have to endure any of that. If you didn't know anything of psychology, you would maybe think that, oh, this is such a resilient person. We know as psychologists that if you are faced with a situation that you can't cope with, there are certain defense mechanisms coming into effect. It's like an insurance almost. It's like a fuse, you know. If there is this instability in the current, in order to keep the system going, the fuse goes off. So you suppress things. If people have any molestation experience in the past, for example, they wouldn't normally make it visible. It only comes out, for example, during a therapy session. When you go through such a tragic event at the age of 8, 9, 10, you just push it down and your mind compartmentalizes it so that it becomes invisible. It's backstage. You don't quite know it's there, as if you've never lived through it. It wasn't your experience, but it continues affecting you, influencing you. It's externalized to an extent that it helps you to resume your life and sustain yourself, but of course it affects you nevertheless all the way through your life. The brain works in such a way that it almost normalizes the experience. It wasn't your fault. It didn't happen to you because you are you. It happened because that's the way life is. And of course, there can be periods in time that we go through many of these devastations. For example, the wildfires we had to go through 2 years ago. And of course, we try to put a distance between ourselves and all of these bad things happening, right? As if it happened years and years ago, because that's how our minds work. It tries to protect you by way of putting a distance between these saddening events and between our consciousness. But of course, pushing these down might also sometimes cause you taking or making wrong decisions. Remember the Formula One races, you know, they have pit stops every now and then. Anger, sadness, lack of motivation. If I never had those in my life, if they are newly emerging, they can't be the real reason or the cause. They're just consequences of something else that may be pushed down sometime in the past. That's what I'm trying to say. If I was in your shoes, having lived through the life that you did, I would have been in depression as well. Sometimes we say, okay, depression is an illness, we externalize it, but depression is actually a red flag. It's trying to tell you something. It's telling you that there is something happening to you and you need to take action in response to it. And ask yourself, what state am I in? Sort of check in with yourself. 15, 20 minutes every day. Maybe a nice music on Spotify as background. Do it 3 or 4 times every 3-4 days. You know, if you're feeling heavy, something I feel like I can't cope with, I think our most important capital is our psychological capital. I think that's something we need to retain. Not sure if the insurance industry can cope with providing a compensation for that. So our psychological capital is very, very valuable, very expensive to replace. It's very important that we try to protect and preserve it.
So I want to tell you, it's just a part of the business. The psychological reactions can give very unexpected reactions. The pandemic increased people's search for help, psychological help. But we have seen that the pandemic was not the reason itself, but the weakest link. in the chain. It was what we have swept under the rug. We think that we know people, we recognize people, and we think that they act rational, and we see it in a linear, rational line. But especially when people suffer through difficult times, they start, on the contrary, to act irrationally. Are there anyone amongst you from Karadeniz, Mardin, and Diyarbakır? Let's say you have an accent. You talk with your parents and family, but since you live in Istanbul or Ankara for many years, the accent becomes more of an average, normal one. But when you get angry, mad, if you have a traffic accident, the system reverts back to its automatic mode, and the accent comes back. So normally in our choices, in our experiences, we decide with our frontal lobe. The judgment ability, the measures, risk analyses are always done with our frontal lobe. But when we have a stressful environment, we expect them to become rational, but it's just the opposite. They become irrational. If you have read the Montaigne's essays, he talks about fear, and he says some soldiers in war front battles, two armies are on either side of the field, and since some soldiers are very afraid, they get paralyzed and they run the opposite way towards the enemy. So this is something very common about fear. So in our difficult times, we come across that sort of situation. If you're having a marital crisis, let's say some sort of adultery or a major car accident or a natural disaster. So after that point, people think or decide to be careful, either to not cheat, commit adultery, or to hide it better. So they start to take precautions in which way they choose to do. They take insurance, or they decide to take more rational steps. But after a very short time, that's something which we call the optimistic bias. That's what we do. The world gives us this is the cognitive bias, like a virus. We tend to believe that everything will be nice, everything will go nice. All those tragic news, all those third-page accidents will happen to others, we think. This is also a method to not lose our minds, to go crazy. But if we don't replace it with an alternative thought, then we don't practice taking measures, or preventive, cautionary things are not done. And I always think I'm more talented. I think that I will never be confronting things like that. My family will not get broken. I will not be facing any natural disasters. We can say that this is one of the traps we happen to fall into. There's also another illusion called Concord illusion. Between France and another country, I actually forgot. They have a Concorde planes project, but they have invested so much into that Concorde project. They want to leave it. It's a total loss. But to save all that loss, they keep going to just save the loss. So maybe it doesn't automatically overlap, but after you invest in a relationship for 5 to 10 years to a man or woman, and he didn't change, he upsets you and breaks you, but you say, I have invested so much into this relationship, let me just be patient, let me just tolerate. But in the next couple of days, the years, what doesn't change in a couple of years don't change in a decade either, because they say there is something ongoing. Why would I spend money on insurance? They say this is pretty much going well for me, so why would I have an insurance? Another mental virus is a bias of the status quo to protect the current status quo. The Turkish version, we can say, the foreign guests won't understand. It won't go into English because it is a motto from a Turkish drama series. Let's not get bothered. It won't translate into English or any other language, but the Turkish audience got it. So what is new is not chosen, even if it's good, because people get used to what they have, even though it's not nice. If you have an unloving parent in your childhood and you didn't have a safe bonding pattern, but you still look for that unloving, cold parent in your other relationship. So when I'm not used to, say, life insurance and somebody tells me they're going to get insured, I say, why do you come up with those new ideas? Because if I'm not used to it, I will reject or oppose. But if we can create some sort of acquaintance, if they hear it, see it, then I might be closer to accept it. But the people are usually very unmotivated to new things, even though it will be beneficial to them. They might be sitting and talking and saying that they want to improve their lives and change their lives, but it's very difficult in terms of practicing because we keep working with these primitive codes. What really surprises me and impacts me is the virus of avoidance from loss, one of our irrational behaviors. Let's say we have this scenario. Would you rather lose 100 lira or to earn 200 liras? One way or another, people are so avoidant of losing. When you lose 100 lira, is not compensated by just making 100 liras. Maybe a compensation ratio of 2.5 to 3 times. The hurt that you feel when you lose 100 lira can only be compensated when you make 300 liras. So that 500, 1,000 lira that you will spend on insurance is so difficult to give because they say, I'm not earning anything, I'm not making any money, but I'm losing it, I'm spending it. So the mechanism is very difficult to analyze because we can be prejudiced, thinking they don't know any better. No. There's an example. Did you watch the marshmallow test? Please watch it on the National Geographic's YouTube channel with Turkish subtitles. They put a marshmallow in front of children and they asked them, keep these 2 pieces of marshmallows and don't eat them in 15 minutes, then I will give you 2 more marshmallows afterwards. And then they videotape them, and it's really funny. Some of them lick it, some of them smell it, and some can't help themselves and eat it. But some are patient and they wait. Well, actually, most of the people are like those kids eating the marshmallows immediately. The short-term bias, this is our biological wiring. When we are on an automated mode, we do this. For example, I always love to watch the election results, whichever way it goes, my side or the other side. As a psychologist, when I look in the morning, I read the articles from every type of newspaper, from all sides, to get an opinion from all parties. But when I talk to people, they only read the newspapers of their side, and they were so disillusioned, thinking that they would win the elections by 80%. So if you just congregate with the likes of you, then that's how you think everything is going to happen. This also even impacts our memory. When you look at your past, you think that it will be like what you think has happened. Your memory changes, modulates, because memory is not stable. The things that we remember are all subject to change, and they sometimes deceive us. These are the type of illusions that we have. For example, the validation bias. I won't have an accident. Since I haven't done any in the past, I won't do any in the future. So they have extreme self-esteem and they don't take any preventive measures. So what are we supposed to do when we are in stressful situations, and if prevents us from taking the right decisions? What should we do? When somebody asks something from me, and these are mostly with the triggers, they are the automatically activated thinking mistakes. And you think, I don't do this, that's another mistake. So to not be deceived by the first emergence, I put a rule of 24 hours. Before I take a certain decision, let me sleep over it. So in emotional issues, when people will make a decision after a night's sleep, they're better inclined to make better judgments. So that can help us to control our mistakes in our thinking. I want to say something else. As a psychologist, for example, when they come to see us, say they have unhealthy relationships, they have insecurities and self-worth issues and imposter syndrome, and that sort of thing. If somebody comes with these, the problem they experience is sometimes very clearly visible. And if people were rational creatures, you would write them a prescription. Don't bother, don't worry, don't interact with this person, and everything will be fine. But sometimes people don't change, even though they know what is wrong in their life, because what is coded emotionally cannot be decoded rationally. And it is always necessary to work with emotions. We live in those times that what rational or logical arguments you come up with doesn't matter. How you make them feel is more important. In my sessions, I work on schema therapy, and there is a technique that we apply. It's like reliving regression therapy, reliving therapy, and we focus on childhood. And one method that works in therapies, there are like hundreds different types, especially in US. There's more to it. They do reviews and they ask which therapy is more effective in long term. The healing thing in therapy is not the therapy itself, but the relationship with the therapist. When an insurer calls me back in the day, that's how I feel. What is he going to try to sell me? Is he going to deceive me? See, that's the psychology of being sold to. But it's always the relationship. Once you establish the relationship, everything becomes easier. And also, based on my experience, I want to share this. You know, there's the foot in the door technique, creating an acquaintance. If they're not your acquaintances, they won't work with you. The way I got acquainted with the insurance industry was with a home insurance. You do it with a very limited amount, and then the other ones come like life insurance and other stuff. When you give them a small but likable product, it's much easier to reach them in the long term. My time was limited with half an hour. I'm already 5 minutes past it. So these emotional conflicts can be talked about for a week if we had the time, but I wanted to make a short introduction to these emotional issues. We have our vision, we have our products and services, but we're going into a more unpredictable era, and I think our emotional state will evolve for the worse in the next years to come. The anxiety disorders, depression and such will become more and more common. Please know that if you don't take care of yourselves, nobody will come and tell you, oh, you're hurt, you have so much weight on that lovely shoulders of yours. So the difficulties won't end, the challenges won't cease. Our young friends say, oh, my life has happened in my lifetime, they say. In Turkey, there may be many injustices, but including the Ottoman era, in the last 500, 600 years, every life had its fair share of drama. So rest assured, you just got your fair share, and you would live the same kind of problems in every lifetime. In which era of Turkey you have lived would not matter at all. And now we just start to take the questions. I have time. Shall we take questions? Is there a line count here? I don't know. Are you taking questions? I can take questions. No, I was just joking. Thank you so much. Thank you. The Insurance Association of Türkiye, Mr. Taylan, can you please join us on the stage to deliver a plaque of recognition to our esteemed keynote speaker? Thank you so much. And that white car was not insured back then. It had kasko. You didn't mention, so I wondered if that was the case. Our last panel is about to start. As you can guess, we're talking about disasters since the morning, insurance and everything, but we haven't talked about one aspect, which is the reinsurance. When I first started to write for a national newspaper, back in the day, our editor-in-chief, I was writing about reinsurance, and I wrote my article and sent it to the office, and half an hour later the editor-in-chief asked for me, and he said, what is that reinsurance all about? He didn't know what it was, and I explained what it was, and lastly he said, so it's the insurance of the insurer. And he said, how can the average Joe on the street grasp it? Why didn't you say it like this from the start? So then I started to call it the insurer of the insurer is the reinsurer. So the contribution of reinsurance in managing catastrophic risks is the umbrella theme, and our moderator will be Mr. Utku. He will be the moderator for this session. And is Mr. Utku in the room right now? Mr. Utku is not here? Okay, right there. He is the CEO of Insurers Association of Turkey. And our first panelist is Mark Hartenbach, the Turkish Life and Health Department, Swiss Reinsurance. Also, Mr. Arnold Karp, Turkish Property and Casualty Insurance Department Head, Swiss Reinsurers. Oybek Halilov, the President of Association of Professional Participants of the Insurance Market of Uzbekistan. Ms. Nicola Giordano, Head of Earthquake Research and Development Department, Allianz Branch Rome, also will join us online. The podium is yours. Please go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for staying towards the end of the event. To be honest, I didn't expect to see so many faces at this time of the day. My company has been operational for 94 years, serving the insurance sector in Turkey, providing reinsurance services. It's our hope and wish that in the second 100 years of our country and our company, we will have the chance to serve with the same rigor.
Yani oldukça ilginç çünkü yaşadığımız günler, içinden geçtiğimiz günler açısından çok önem arz eden bir konu.
Insurance is at the heart of things that have been happening lately. I think we have seen many events over the summer in the past few years, highlighting the importance of the insurance sector. And it's not possible to establish a healthy insurance ecosystem without the reinsurance side of the business. So in today's session, let me give you an idea about the format. First, Mr. Oybak Halilov will present to us. Then we'll have Mark and Arno co-presenting. And then we'll have Nicola on his presentation. And then we'll have a second round of questions for each of the speakers, after which we'll open the floor for Q&A. And I hope that we will all manage to fit this in time. I will switch to English now.
In the morning, that all the panelists and a lot of speakers stressed, underlined the importance of reinsurance for the Turkish market. As Turkish insurance professionals, we are very much concentrated on our own issues. So I think your presentations will also have a great emphasis on the Turkish aspect of catastrophic risks and the reinsurance. But before diving into our own issues and our own problems, maybe we can have an insight from a different market or a different region, where Oybek will give us his insight about the Central Asian markets. Oybek Halilov is a very experienced insurance professional. He has more than 30 years of international and Central Asian insurance experience. He's the CEO of Mosaic Insurance Group, and he's the founding member of the chairman of Insurance Association of Uzbekistan, and he led the development of new law on insurance activities, I think, which is very important, and he likes to mention that as well. Yes. So, Oybek, before we dive into our own problems of Turkey, what would you like to say about the Central Asian insurance markets to us?
Thank you. I think I would probably give a perspective of how the smaller markets can participate in the larger market and support with a small capacity, which is growing. Most important, Uzbekistan as a country is very close to Turkey. We have historical roots, and just before I start, I want to update on what's happening in Uzbekistan. So in the last 8 years, the country has been growing really fast, and as today, we have in 2022, the country had 80 billion US dollar GDP and the growth of 5% in the 6 months. What most important is country is growing from being small and frontier market to becoming one of the leaders in Central Asia, and we have a population of 35 million, but the most important is that it's a quite young population. The median age is 27%. And tourism is growing in Uzbekistan. We have 8 million tourists last year, but the most importantly, as I mentioned last year, Turkey is one of the key partners for the country and one of the largest investors. As of today, it's the third largest investor in the country. We have significant projects with the major industrial groups from Turkey involved, and especially in the power generation, industrial construction, and infrastructure projects. As far as the economy is concerned, it's still driven by industry and following by agriculture. But what was pleasing, insurance and financial services is the second fastest growing sector in Uzbekistan after IT. And that shows also the importance which the government brings to Uzbekistan. We have recently regulator even changed the name to the National Agency for Prospective Projects. So for the government, insurance is a prospective project. And I would like to give just a sense of why small markets could be useful for larger markets and how they can make an input in terms of a capacity. So first of all, industry is growing really fast. Before pandemic, the average growth rate was at 50%, and only during pandemic it was a 6% decrease, but right after we have 2 years in a row growing with 67 and 68%. In terms of the composition of the premiums, what have significantly changed from the past 7 years ago, we now have a significant growth in the voluntary types of insurance, and mandatory is reducing. And all that growth, of course, comes with the growth of the whole industry. And what I wanted to show that assets of insurance companies in Uzbekistan has increased by 6 times during those reform periods. And even compared to the last year, we have grown by more than 40%. In terms of the business, it's still driven by property insurance. Second largest line of business is credit insurance, and then followed by vehicle insurance in the other lines. But just wanted to give a real good flavor of who are the players so we can understand who can be partners in the Turkish market in the future and who participants on the reinsurance side. So the largest top 10 companies in Uzbekistan, they've grown by 76% in 2022. And if we look at the leaders of insurance market, the most of the growth came from writing foreign inward reinsurance. And specifically, if we look, the top player increased from 12.7% to 19.7% growth. Also, in the last 6 months, I mean, the graph on the right shows that in the last 6 months, 16 companies already written 90% of the risks in Uzbekistan. So what we see is the top companies are growing significantly, and that also shows in terms of the capitalization of the companies. We have, at the moment, the capital requirement is $3 million. The new requirements have not been established, but even without a specific instructions from the government, insurance companies already started increasing their capitals. And just for the sake of a better understanding, I've qualified insurance companies by companies more than 5.5 million, and companies at 5.5 million, and the companies at 4 million, and companies less than $4 million. Because as you can see, most of the companies already above 4 million level, and especially it's important to mention that at the highest level, those with the capital of close to $20 million, we already have the top 3 players, and they keep increasing the capital. What also has changed in terms of the players, if Uzbekistan was previously driven by state-owned insurance companies and 70% of the market was driven by the state companies, today, they have less than 12%, and the private insurance companies are growing really fast. So in terms of the capital increase, what we can see that in 21, capitals increased by 17%, and same pace we had in 2022. And again, I repeat, this is all done voluntarily There were no special instructions from the government. It's just because the market is growing, the capitals of insurance companies is growing as well. In terms of the liabilities, we can also say that the liabilities in many ways is growing with the same pace as the premium growth. So we had the 69% growth in 2022. And also what we can see is the companies at the top of that list are the ones who are involved more with the reinsurance activities. And that's why we see higher growth in terms of liabilities. And the same companies, the trend would continue in terms of the reserves. Again, I'm pleased to say that the assets of insurance companies significantly increased, first of all, due to the reserve increase. And as what we see is the comparison of the insurers' portion in the reserves still remains around a quarter of the reserves in as reinsurers, the rest is local. And again, here is the trend that we had 43% growth in 21 and 62% growth in reserves in 31. What I'm trying to say by this, so insurance companies in Uzbekistan are getting richer, they're getting better capitalized, they have international ratings. We have now 8 insurance companies with international rating. And that brings me to this slide, which I think is very important. I mean, for the sake of being politically correct, I would mention, but everybody understands that the Russian market, the reasons why the Russian market as a reinsurance market, as alternative reinsurance market disappeared. And all the capacity which previously used to be placed in Russia now finding its way towards Central Asia, particularly 2 countries. I mean, 3 countries, and that's Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, and Uzbekistan, because in those 3 countries, we have plenty of insurers with international rating, and that alternative capacity was, of course, it needs a rating, and it was coming towards us. So that was one of the main reasons in last year why we had a significant increase in terms of the premium volume. Just a quick comparison, and Uzbekistan, I think last year when I've shown before pandemic and during pandemic was at 0.4% penetration, and 21 it increased to 0.5% penetration, now it's going to 0.7. In fact, at the 6 months of this year, we've seen that it went even further up. Also, what's pleasing to say that in Central Asia, Uzbekistan market wasn't one of the major players, but we see like very quickly catching up with the other larger countries, and now it's at the level of $500 million. So at the end, I just would like to say the main message. So the main message is that Uzbekistan insurance market, as well as the other neighboring countries in Central Asia, they're growing really fast, exponentially. And if today we can offer reinsurance capacity around 20 million, in the next 6 months, that capacity can significantly increase even up to 100 million. Compared to the global capacity that might not be a large amount. But what is important is that regionally, and I think this is what has been discussed here, is also global markets are hardening faster than our regional markets. And the global markets already been more difficult to reach for us because of the rate requirements. The capacity which can be offered at the mandatory level or the primary level, that's the one which exists in the region, and that's the one which we can utilize. And I've also shown specifically that these 3 countries can offer that capacity. Now, as an example, some companies in Uzbekistan participated in the catastrophic treaties of the private sector. Specifically, my company have also participated in the Anadolu Sigorta's catastrophic treaty. And we've, of course, learned some lessons. I mean, when in January we've seen the risk. We were so overwhelmed and happy, and we didn't expect that you know, the big claims gonna hit us, but they did, and it was a good lesson. So what I think is the most important, and what we've learned in many ways, it is the lesson learned not specifically related to Turkey. I can say it's related to all our countries, because the issues may be even worse in Central Asian states in terms of the building codes, in terms of the qualities of construction. I say even more in terms of construction of our local municipalities, when they show on paper that building of one standard, but on the reality we find it was a different. We also have a big issue with rates, rates at the per mil level, and what we have learned, for example, when we've seen the proposed treaties of Turkish market, we thought, oh, that's 10 times more than what we have locally. But again, the lesson learned is we need to think very carefully about what to do, not only in the future, how we participate in the treaties in Turkey, but specifically what to do in our own markets. And in accordance with the Swiss Re's prone zone, I mean, Uzbekistan is zone 6 of a high earthquake, but then the prices are even lower. And the last thing I think is that lesson learned is that reinsurance in case of catastrophic events is critical to solvency of insurance companies. We have already started discussing in the region with the regulators in Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan about protecting our markets with the pools, and we will be learning a lot on DASK experience. But again, I just repeat, but combined effort and combined capacity of smaller countries can also help Turkey, the Turkish insurance market in the future as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Oybek. Well, what, as a reinsurer, what took my attention was the low rates. You know, the loss rates are apparently very low. Hopefully, they will pertain like that. And I hope your cooperation with the Turkish insurance sector will boost the results and develop the market in Uzbekistan, because as I know, you signed a memorandum of understanding with the Turkish Association of Insurance. Hope it will also help you develop the local market in Uzbekistan and the whole region as a whole.
Exactly. I mean, like I mentioned, we didn't even just sign. We started acting immediately last year, and one of the reasons we already not only getting capacity support from Turkish market, which we're doing on a large scale on all of the major investment projects, we're also trying to offer our capacity for the market.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now, after this little look at a distant market, I think now it might be time to turn back to our own issues. So, Mark Hartenbach and Arno Kopp will make a joint presentation about the catastrophes and reinsurance from a Turkish perspective. Mark, actually, you know both Mark and Arno very well, but I think I need to make a presentation for those of you who may not be familiar with them. Mark Hartenbach joined Swiss Re in 2007, and since then he has had various roles in the life and health reinsurance business with responsibility for Middle East and Turkey. And in 2023, he was appointed as the head of life and health Turkey and Iberia. So he's dedicated to the Turkish market in that respect. Mark holds a Master's of Advanced Studies degree in Corporate Finance and Insurance Management from the University of Applied Sciences, Northwestern Switzerland. And as to Arno, Arno is a senior client underwriter and responsible for Turkish P&C business for Swiss Re since 2019. He joined the Zurich-based reinsurer in 2015 and has had several positions in treaty underwriting, client management in the Mediterranean region, and innovation. He holds a bachelor's in law and master's in insurance management and law. So my question for the first round to Mark and Arno is, what is your insight on the Turkish disaster into the Maraş earthquake, your understanding of it as a catastrophe per se? I understand you will approach it from a life and health perspective, whereas Arno will share his insights from a P&C perspective. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. I just head over to Arno because he's going to start talking about P&C. But before we do that, it's a great honor to be here. And we have an exciting session in front of us. And I think, Arno, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mark, and thanks a lot, Kube. So good afternoon, everyone. Real pleasure to be here. Unfortunately, I didn't manage to be here physically, but great honor for us, both with Mark, to join you for this afternoon session. So the first part is really sharing from both Life and Health and P&C our key observation from the tragic event that happened earlier this year. Maybe, Mark, if we can just move to the first slide, if it's possible.
Sorry.
Perfect, thank you. Nicolas from Allianz will go in details really and share the key characteristics from this earthquake from a seismic perspective, but from a reinsurance perspective, just as an introduction, this earthquake is quite unique for two big main reasons. I think the first one is just the scale, and if we put the affected area into a European map context, we are talking about an affected area which is as big as Switzerland. And I think when the event happened, that characteristic was not fully grasped at the beginning. The second characteristic, and it's again which make it quite unique, is the fact that, of course, when you have an earthquake, you have several other earthquakes recorded. But here we had two earthquakes of really, really high magnitude within the same 24 hours and within quite a close perimeter, one of 7.8 and one of 7.5 and 7.4. So that is, from a reinsurance perspective, quite unique, and that has been as well a driver of the lesson learned that we have observed from this event. So Mark, if we can just move to the next slide. Perfect. So on the P&C side, the first thing in it's always what the international press can take into consideration is the difference between what the insurance sector is covering and what is the actual total economical loss. And as well the physical damage, which we call the protection gap. And of course, the protection gap was important here from this event. But I think what I want to underline here is that has nothing to do with Turkey specifically. Actually, the protection gap is a challenge that the whole industry worldwide is facing. So to put into context, the protection gap in 2022 was 55%. So 55% of the losses worldwide in 2022 were not covered by insurance. And if we take the 10-year average, we are almost at 60%. So that gives a bit of perspective in terms of the general challenge that the whole industry worldwide is tackling, and where these events are absolutely crucial to get the learnings, to increase this, to reduce this protection gap and increase the insurance protection after such tragic event. We have been to Turkey around 10 days after the event, and overall, I have to say, the sector has been extremely resilient to deliver on the promise made to the policyholders. And that has started about how quick the companies were to be present on the ground, despite how big the affected area has been, but as well how quick the information has been to flow to companies and then to the reinsurers generally. And that has been, I think, done by first a collaboration across the industry, which was remarkable in terms of sharing information. So companies were able to have a first estimate without waiting for the insured to notify, because some cloud data were shared among the industry, and so therefore that enabled the insurance companies to make assumptions in terms of potential impact on their book, but as well technology generally, where we have seen the leverage of satellite data, and where AI was leveraged to estimate damage ratio based on data. Combine all that, I think the sector has been fast. That's led the sector to be quite fast in terms of the payment, especially if we think about the residentials, which are the people which are really affected from the tragedy. If we go more specifically to reinsurance, one of the lessons learned were really on the modeling. And by modeling, I meant for many players, the results which were given by the model after the event occurred versus what was recorded in the book is quite different. And that is driven by the fact that you have two large events, so with the 7.8 and 7.5, and most of the time you model one single event. So when you have two, it's a little bit tricky to combine the two together to give an estimate. And it's a reminder a little bit of, I think, of the fact that model is a model, so per se it's kind of wrong, and it's key to have a look on the assumptions which are taken and the level of conservatism which you want to take here. And I think the goal is here to leverage as an industry, whether it's the key stakeholders, insurance companies, brokers, house, but as well reinsurers, about the lesson learned and how we can transpose these learnings into the model going forward, especially for the renewal. One learning as well was post-loss amplification. So after an earthquake, you have an inflation on the loss, which is really driven by the event. The market didn't have a consensus about whether that will be the case in case of a large event, and it seems that now we tend to observe it after the event. So if we think going forward, and I think with Mark we will then and with Kobe and panelists discuss more in the context of the renewal, but modeling adjustment will be key, I think, for all the parties involved towards leading to get the appropriate CAT purchase for the market. And the second one is the topic of accumulation. So the first one is, of course, the geographic accumulation and the focus on Istanbul, and sometimes forgetting about the other exposure. And we saw some companies being surprised by being, having an exposure in a region which was higher than the country exposure, but as well exposure in terms of accumulation in terms of other lines of business. Casco was hit, maybe more than what we would have thought. I would say in a certain way, engineering lines of business were not too much impacted, but there is a bit of luck where whether you have a big construction project in that area or not, but that has to not be forgotten as well in terms of potential accumulation. And as well, the Turkish market is working on several currencies, and so thinking as well how a portfolio is built up in terms of underlying currency and how does it accumulate based on lines of business and based on the different regions. So that's where really the key observations that we had. I think happy then to discuss more in the context of renewal with Kobe and the member of panelists. But before that, I just hand over to Mark to cover the life and health piece.
Hello? Yeah, now you can hear me. All right, cool. All right, before I gonna share the key observation from a life and health reinsurance point of view, I wanna quickly recall the life and health Catastrophe mechanics before we go into details, because it works a little bit different than for P&C. So generally, life and health companies have reinsurance cover to protect them from claims above a certain claims level, either through surplus or quota share surplus combinations. The Catastrophe treaty protects the cedent's total retention in case of a catastrophic event. So cedents usually decide, according to their internal risk management and governance frameworks, their needed Cat-XL retention and Cat-XL capacity. Let me briefly illustrate an example of a possible life and health Cat-XL treaty framework. Let's assume we have a running surplus reinsurance treaty with 50K retention per life. After assessing the total exposure within the company's retention of 50K, following Catastrophe framework is going to be needed. For our example, Catastrophe retention 500,000, Catastrophe capacity per event 15 million, and Catastrophe capacity per year 30 million. In other words, in case of a cat event, the Catastrophe treaty is triggered if the total sum insured of life claim exceeds the Catastrophe retention of 500K and will be exhausted in case the total sum insured of total claims per life hit the Catastrophe capacity of 15 million per event and 30 million per year. That's how a Catastrophe framework on the life and health reinsurance works. So let me now come back to our life and health observations from the CAT event February 6. We noted a relatively moderate life and health insurance market penetration of about 2 to 3%, mainly because of the socioeconomic population characteristics of this region. Swiss Re paid, so Swiss Re Life and Health, paid for a bit more than 6,000 life claims, which is about 10% of the total official reported casualties, which is 60,000. In order to respect the tremendous human tragedy with its related social economic consequences, the reinsurance industry fully supported the regulatory introduced concessions like extended coverage for long-term policies and regional premium intermission pauses up to 6 months. The waiver, that's an important one, for the death certificate, and the commitment following the AFAD, Disaster Management Authority Office, casualty reporting process. Because of the advanced digital technology in Türkiye, namely the AFAD list, digital storing of insurance customers' information, which significantly eased the data match in terms of policy owner, policy beneficiary, but as well deceased, the reinsurance and insurance industry could simplify the claims verification and payment process and significantly increase the speed for claims payment, which resulted that most of the claims have been paid within 3 to 4 months, which is an extraordinary example. Needless to say, companies who had comprehensive digital admin system in place, respective claim systems, were better off, as it enabled them to monitor timely and cost efficiently their earthquake book. Think about the paid claims, partially paid claims, and outstanding claims. One of the Turkish life product characteristics is the double sum at risk payment in case of an accident. For example, a life policy has a sum at risk of 100,000 in case of an accidental death. However, the paid sum at risk is 200,000. This is a very popular cover here in Turkey because for little premium, you can get a double indemnity payment. For the earthquake February 6, we saw limited number of high sum assured because of the socioeconomic characteristics which I was mentioning before in that region. Hence, the double indemnity effect was limited. However, for a large cat disaster, for instance an earthquake or a flood in one of the big cities like Ankara or Istanbul, where the high net worth penetration is higher and the full population effect is bigger, it would trigger for sure an unsustainable result. therefore we strongly recommend to assess and monitor those portfolios accordingly. With regard to accumulation, we discovered another phenomenon, another Turkish product which is very popular. It's called return of premium product. The driver of such a product is not necessarily the protection of risk, think mortality. The driver of such a product is the financial attractiveness of such a savings part, as you will get back 100% of the paid premium at policy expiry date. We noted an increased exposure of such products, and as well here strongly recommend assessing and monitoring the exposure of such policies carefully and accordingly too. As mentioned, the fully
Bahsettiğimiz gibi bu endüstri tamamen bu konuda kararlıydı ve AFAD'ın da yardımıyla, bu teknolojiyle endüstrinin neredeyse bütün hayat sigortalarını ödemesi neredeyse 4 ayı buldu. Ancak normal yapmamız gereken araştırma sorumluluğuyla, due diligence analiziyle biz %5'lik bir örneklem grubunda çalışmak yapılan tazmin talepleri içerisinde faydalı olacaktır diye düşünüyoruz.
Their internal risk management frameworks and decided to further bolster their retention in case of possible catastrophes, and therefore asked to increase mid in the year to increase their cat-XL capacity. Well, I hope I was able to share our life and health brief observations for the first part. And let me please flag once more, again, the industry's resilient response to this human tragedy. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, for your observations and your recommendations, I think as well, have been listened to very carefully by the audience and will be taken into consideration, hopefully. So we come to Mr. Nicola Giordano. So if I may call him, Nicola is a scientist, unlike ourselves who are more like finance professionals. Nicola Giordano is Earthquake R&D lead at Allianz SE Insurance, working with the group's Center of Competence for Natural Perils. Before Allianz, he extensively worked in the field of seismic engineering, participating in risk assessment projects across central Italy, California, Nepal, and Malawi. Nicola holds a PhD from Politecnico di Milano and conducted research at the University of California, Berkeley, and at the University of Bristol, UK. So I think we have the right person to ask our questions about the earthquake and the seismic aspect of the earthquake and the repercussions and the consequences. So the floor is yours.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. I may take the
yes.
other remote. Thanks a lot. Yeah, thanks a lot first for inviting me. It's really an honor to be here. Yeah, so with this short presentation, I just want to give you a little bit of technical background about the earthquake, what happened. I'm sure that everyone here in the room knows, is familiar with the technical details, but just to review a little bit what happened and what's the seismic context in Turkey. So as you know, Turkey is sitting on the Anatolian block, which is a seismic plate, which is basically pushed between the Eurasian plate at the top and the African plate and the Arabian plate at the bottom. They're basically pushing everything north. And as a result, the Anatolian block moves towards the west. So in the last decades, let's say what we have observed as scientists is that the East Anatolian fault, which has a length of about 700 kilometers, has been quite quiet, let's say, compared to the North Anatolian fault. But the scientific community, and I think everyone, was well aware of the high hazard of the region. So it's not a surprise that an earthquake can happen in this region, because these are mapped faults. So everyone knows that there is a quite important fault line in the region. And as you know, February 6th, we had two quite catastrophic events. So the first one was a 7.8 magnitude. The fault rupture is unbelievable. There are some satellite pictures that have measured the length of the rupture of the fault, and it goes at 300 kilometers. So it's really, really exceptional from a seismological point of view. And the second one was a 7.5 happening right on the same day. When you look at the impact of this event on the built environment, I would say that most of the damage was mainly referred to reinforced concrete buildings. So in the news, we have seen a lot of pictures about pancake buildings. So what is a pancake building? It's basically a building that progressively collapses. So you might have a collapse at the first floor, and then as a dynamic effect, it would collapse also on the top stories. And the problem is that these buildings that collapse in that way generate a lot of human losses. And that was one of the reasons of the high death toll of these events. And then we have seen also all sorts of typical damages that you see in, let's say, buildings that are not up to the code, up to the recent code. So you can have soft story collapses, which happens when, let's say, the ground floor of a building is characterized by openings. Let's say maybe you want to have an open space for a shop, and then as a consequence, it becomes the weak spot of the building, and it triggers a dramatic collapse. And then other different, more technical observation were about the pounding of buildings. So buildings, when there's an earthquake, they shake. If they are too close, they will bump into each other, and this creates an additional damage on the structures. And then another important topic is the irregularities of the building. So the ideal scenario is to have buildings very regular, because the more the building is regular, the more is symmetric, the better it performs in a shaking, okay? If you have an irregular building in elevation or in plant, it creates concentration of stresses in the structures, which triggers collapses and damages. And last point is on the seismic details. So the seismic details is how do I put my materials into a structures in terms of reinforcement, in terms of how the column should be designed compared to the beam, for example, or to the floor. So seismic detailings are very well reflected into the building code, into recent building codes. But if you take older buildings, they might not have all these details. So as a consequence, the impact, I think this number, I took this number from several sources, but yeah, the number of fatalities is just immense, okay? And more than 160,000 buildings. I think in this morning there was a presenter talking about 300,000 buildings. So this number keep going up, and also the economic loss of direct damage. 34 billion was estimated by the World Bank in March. I think it's also going up. And so the insured loss is around 5 billion. And I think we discussed about that together with the colleagues from Swiss Re. But I think one of the very important topic is what is the long-term impact on the economy? This is something that it's still unfolding, right? So we will have to see what will be the impact on this region. So moving a little bit more on the let's say my observation about this event. So the week of the event was very, very hectic for in our company, and I think for everyone, of course. And when I had the time to put together my thoughts, I wanted to see how big was this event compared to other events that I had experienced in the past or have been reading in the past. And so in this slide, I've put together the Turkey earthquake of this year, so the two footprints together, the 7.8 and 7.5, together with three, I think, events that were widely covered in the media. So, for example, the one in the middle of the L'Aquila earthquake in 2009, I think was the most relevant earthquake in the last decades in Italy, so it made very big impact in the news and was widely covered. But also the Christchurch earthquake. So we had a contribution this morning talking about the Christchurch earthquake and how that event shaped New Zealand as well. And the last event that I want to show you is the Napa earthquake in California in 2014. And this was also quite interesting because in this area, which is basically north of San Francisco, since 1989, there has been no big earthquakes. So that was the first earthquake after 1989 that kind of shook a little bit the insurance sector, but also the communities and the people. And so what I am displaying in this slide, the peak ground acceleration recorded at the ground. So what is the peak ground acceleration? You know that, I'm sure that some of you have experienced even a small earthquake. So you know that an earthquake is basically a time series, okay? It starts with a very little shaking, and then it amplifies, gets to a peak, and then it dissolves with time. So this peak point can be represented in terms of peak acceleration. And why acceleration is relevant? Because we know that for the Newton's law, that the acceleration multiplied by a mass generate a force. So every day we live with the gravity, okay, which is an acceleration that pushes everything to the ground. But when there's an earthquake, things changes. So this acceleration push may be in the horizontal direction. So together with having a force that push objects on the ground, so downward, you will have forces in the transversal direction. And as you can see the scale on the side, in this event, there were recording of peak ground acceleration equal or either exceeding 1. So it means at some point your building is pushed on the horizontal direction of its own weight. So this becomes critical not only for buildings that were built before the introduction of the seismic codes. This is critical also for new buildings. Maybe new buildings will be able to stand, will be able to save lives, because that's the goal of the building code. The goal of the building code is to save lives. But from an insurance perspective, it's a total loss anyway, because you take the people out of the building, and then you have to tear down the building, because the amount of cracks and damages that you observe, makes it irreparable, okay? So, yeah, this is just a perspective on the sides of the event and on the level of shaking. The second comment is, I think it's a positive comment. It was a devastating event, but I think some good things happened during the event. And one of the things that happened was the mobilization of the entire earthquake research community all around the world. So that was something that I haven't seen in other earthquakes in the past. So this is just an example of some data that were developed by NASA together with many organizations all around the world, and they built a platform in few days providing maps of potential damage, maps of landslide, shake maps, satellite images. So these data were publicly available. Everyone could download them from the web and put them on their website and check the exposure. They were helpful. They have been used by NGOs. They have been used by the government, by insurance sector. And this was really unprecedented. So I think this is one big takeaway, that the power of the community, of the global community, it's really unbelievable. And in these cases, we have really seen the global community focusing on Turkey all together at the same time. And as a last comment, from a purely R&D perspective, I think we have also touched this topic before. So I tried to build up a timeline with the key earthquake events in Turkey, the key updates of the building code, and how the research has evolved over the last decades. And as you can see, over the last 10 years, 10, 15 years, there's been a lot of research in the earthquake, in earthquake engineering and in earthquake science for Turkey. So there are models available funded by research projects of the European Commission. There have been key projects by AFED, and all this knowledge needs to be incorporated in our models. So there's a lot of untapped knowledge out there, and we have to make sure to have the best view of risk, because the better we understand risk, the better we can cover it.
Presentation you made and the diagrams and the maps you shared with us really make us remember the severity of the event. And for the second round, can I start from you? Because you said something very valuable. You said there's a lot of untapped information. Mm-hmm. And you come from Italy, which is an earthquake country, if I may say so. So is Turkey. Yep. So I'm sure you have further opinions in your mind that you would like to share with us, or things that you would like to recommend to the insurance professionals of Turkey.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I think that so when I think about earthquake resilience of a country, I think there are 5 ingredients that we can't miss. So the first one is the understanding. So to have the understanding, you need solid scientific institution, okay? Because the science is key, right? Okay. So when you have solid scientific institution, this knowledge, this understanding can be reflected into the building code, which I think is the second key ingredient for earthquake resilience. And so when we think about the building code, we need to aim to an effective building code. Effective building code means that has to be specific for the country, has to cover everything, okay? Has to cover the housing stock, has to cover the infrastructure, has to deal with buildings that have been built 30 or 40 years ago and need to be retrofitted. So it has to be complete, okay? So that's the second ingredient. The third ingredient, of course, is insurance. Because the building code is going to save lives, okay? Insurance is going to cover the extra cost of the loss, okay? And so you need a solid, let's say, and a well-established insurance sector, which has to be also, of course, attractive for reinsurance companies. Otherwise, without reinsurance, you can't cope with these kind of disasters. And then, as a fourth ingredient, you need the civil protection. You need the civil protection that is able to react in case of disaster, as the financial capabilities and also the logistics to get to the area and to help the people in the time of need. And the last point, which is very crucial to me, is the awareness of the public. So the public has to play a role in the earthquake resilience. And there are very interesting cases all around the world that you have countries that have ticked all the boxes except for the awareness of the people. So if you take the example of Italy, let's talk about Italy. It ticks all the boxes. Even the insurance sector is very solid in Italy. It offers earthquake coverage, so you can buy protection. But the penetration is very low. We have about 90% protection gap in Italy for earthquake. People are aware of the risk. They know that it's an earthquake-prone country, but there's a social misconception, I think, that government will pay. So you don't have to buy earthquake insurance because government will come and pay, which is not the case. That's the main problem to me. Because if you track what happened in the last event, of course, the government helped, but the help of the government comes with time, okay? So it's not as reactive as an insurance contract, okay? And then I think people just are not aware of what really happened to the people affected by an event. And that's a problem. The second example that I want to make is about California. So California, we know, is an earthquake-prone region, and they have a system in place in California for homeowner, which is organized and set by the California Earthquake Authority. So the California Earthquake Authority makes sure that every homeowner in California can buy earthquake insurance. So insurer cannot walk away California. They have to offer something, okay? And interestingly, if you look at the statistics of the California Earthquake Authority, it was set in 1996. And at the time, the take-up rate was 30%. And that was 2 years after the Northridge earthquake, which was a big loss for the insurance sector and quite an important event for the region. Now is at 13%. So, and this, I'm trying to understand why this happened, and I can't find the answer, because from an economic point of view, California is one of the most strong economies in the world, right? And in the last 20 years, things have just improved in terms of investment, quality of life, wealth of the people, but still the people don't buy earthquake insurance. And this is really puzzling me. And I'm trying to, when I think about it, probably we should look more at other angles. And I think we had some interesting comments before about the bias that we have we try to discount the long-term benefit, okay? Or we try to be overly optimistic. The earthquake is not going to happen to me because it didn't happen in the last 10 years. I think it's a very complex problem, and the answer is in partnership between the public sector, the private sector, and putting all the relevant stakeholders together.
Thank you very much. The things you have voiced about Italy sound very familiar to us. I think that's because of being Mediterranean. So there's, I think, a lot of lessons to learn from Italy as well. Thank you very much. So as the last question to Mark and Arno, you've shared your observations about the Turkish earthquake and protection, etc. But you know, yourselves and me, maybe we can be considered on the same boat because we're both reinsurers. But at the same time, I'm a capacity buyer, so a lot of concerns go through my mind, including the other members of the audience. So what lies ahead? What is awaiting us for the renewals? And Arno, I don't know if you can see us.
I will pass first over to Arno, and then
Arno, okay, that's a difficult
comment.
Okay.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, thanks for the questions. So I mean, we are preparing ourselves, I think, for really special renewal, and I think everyone is aware of it. There is no doubt about it. And this earthquake has triggered, as I think, some positive measures as well by the public institutions and as well by the industry as a whole in terms of changes to address some of the lessons learned. I think from a reinsurance perspective, I think I see three things. The first one is really on the modeling aspect, is really transposing these learnings into the cat protection that each company will have to do with the support of the brokers in the market. And then is to really proactively have a discussions with reinsurers, because what insurance companies experience in the market in terms of difference between modeling and actual loss, a lot of reinsurers did the same. And so reinsurers as well have worked over the summer in terms of their exposure to Turkey and their view of the risk. So I think it's really key to have active engagement with reinsurers in terms of lesson learned in terms of modeling, but as well have an understanding in terms of their view on the risk and appetite and de facto capacity, bearing in mind that I think on the capacity there might be a bit more delay in terms of the discussions because of this modeling adjustment that have to be integrated. I would as well in terms of third point is to be quite proactive. So proactive, as I said, in terms of your capacity need, understanding your panel in terms of their view on the risk and expectations, but as well in terms of what information you will provide in terms of overall accumulations that you have in your book. The market is experiencing a lot of change in terms of the minimum insurance for the facultative earthquake protections, the tariff as well on the commercial side. So it's really important to be proactive in sharing the view on risk adjusted, because the market as well is experiencing some rate increase and some insured increase. So there will be a lot of, I think, any work that you can do to support your reinsurers to understand how the portfolio has evolved will be welcome for them to really digest all these changes to then come with their view on the risks. And as well, in terms of the currency, understanding a bit the underlying currency. One aspect as well that we might anticipate, and it's key as well for if we talk about the Cat XL, is a lot of, most of the books on the commercial side had a split between hard currency and Turkish lira. It seems to be a trend where more hard currency policy will be purchased. So therefore, on the data you will provide on a portfolio, less of your portfolio will be impacted by the currency between euro and Turkish lira. So I think these factors are key to take into considerations. So in nutshell is really being proactive in the sharing of information and transparency, and potentially doing a bit of the extra mile this year with all the changes that the market is experiencing, which overall are positive for the resilience of the sector.
Anything to add, perhaps?
So I had time to think.
Good.
So I could make my life very easy and would just say I echo what Arno said.
Okay.
But no, joking aside, I think I tried to, in the observation, already share a little bit the trends of what we have observed from a life and health, from a click Hyatt point of view. What happens? Those companies are revisiting their risk management frameworks and governance rules. That we see, because what happened mid of the year, more than a handful of companies were coming back and said, look, we need to have higher capacity. Right? I think, so what is going ahead of us, I think this trend is going to continue. The risk awareness is here, obviously. They're going to assess the retention, because life and health cut protects the retention, so the bulk business which is in the retention is protected. And what we are expecting is that higher capacity per year, but as well higher capacity per event is definitely going to be the trend, pretty much sure.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we can have a Q&A session if we have time. Sorularımız varsa bir 10 dakika belki sorabiliriz. Soru olursa lütfen kime yönelt?
If you have any questions, could you please tell us who you address your questions to?
For probable Marmara earthquake, do you take into consideration, because there can be some disability claims first, maybe partial, and later, after a certain time, the person can die a few months later. So, do you take into consideration and pricing these factors? This is my first question. The second one is, probably, of course, it's a very desperate scene, but there can be some, after, I'm talking about Marmara earthquake, there can be, after the earthquake, contrast to the, not very similar to the Kahramanmaraş earthquake, there can be some deaths due to contagious diseases after the earthquake. So it may take time, because our city's infrastructure is not very perfect, as we all know. So my estimation is that really we can face a kind of contagious disease later this earthquake. So these factors are very pessimistic when we think of them, but do you take into consideration these in your pricing, these factors? The third one is that I think we couldn't, it's very hard to predict, but the time of earthquake, whether it can be, it will be in daytime, where the working people are in the same location, exposed to the accumulation, and nighttime. You know, the second one in Kahramanmaraş, the people died in the banks branches. It was the both of them happened. So can I learn from your perspective the pricing? Did you take into consideration? Thanks.
Okay, I try to summarize. It was a long question. So the first part is more related, correct me if I misunderstood, the first question is more related to disability, right? Whether we are going to consider disability in the future models or whether we have already considered disability in our modeling. If this is the question, I was not sure whether I fully understood. If this is the question, yes, we do, right? Although, as you know, the main penetration here in Turkey is mortality, right? Where I would say over the thumb, 80–90% is mortality business and maybe 80% mortality, 20% disability. So the effect is not that much. I'd like to try to answer your second question. It's more tricky. If I understood correct, you were referring to diseases which are triggered by the earthquake but coming later, right? So we are not talking about the mortalities, the casualties which are going to be reported. That's an easy one. You are talking about, okay, later we have disability cases which are triggered by the earthquake, and here most of the cases are mental disability, I guess you're referring, right? So mental as well, physical, I think it's considered. The key question is whether you can link the mental disability or the physical disability to the earthquake event. That needs to be proven.
Okay. Okay. I think Uğur Bey had a question.
Merhaba, benim sorum Arno'ya.
Hi, my question is for Arno. Utku asked about renewals. What should we expect for renewals, or what is waiting for us for renewals? I'll ask the other way around. We want to expand our reinsurance, we want to expand our renewal rates. What should we consider to ensure that that's a success? What would you be doing, or what would you say to the brokers or agents in that respect?
If I understood correctly, your question is about how we would consider it, what are the key for a successful renewal, right? If I understood right your question, yes, okay. So I think if I would put myself from a reinsured perspective, from our side, I think a key element of the first renewal is to be able to support our clients. So having a clear understanding about their needs and having the adequate capacity to support them because they will have some change of in the underlying book and their needs might change. So having really clearly these pictures with them, so we can provide them as well the transparency about what they can expect from Swiss Re. And I think that's a topic which is irrespective of the price, but being really transparent of how our support will look like for them, so they have this transparency, because we are here, in Turkey for many years. So for us, it's important to show the commitment to the market. But the reinsurance market in Turkey is composed of many international players. So I think the minimum that we can do on our side is being really transparent and the level of support we can provide. And for that, for us, it's really important to have the understanding of the market needs, and it's a little bit a chicken and egg topic. So it's key for us to have this information and have proactively this dialogue with our clients and via the brokers. So I think that would be for us a key element of the success. The second one, I think, on the success is really reaching to a level where the market as a whole is feeling comfortable with the level of protection that they have for earthquake, and that really some companies, I would say, felt in the market quite comfortable with what they have, and potentially some small adjustment might be needed. Others were potentially surprised, and so for us it's to reach, as Nicolas was saying, collectively as an industry, a feeling where we gain a better understanding of the risk, because I think with a strong understanding of the risk, that's how capacity can be deployed. And I think it's really important that as an industry, we really leverage this event during this renewal to get this extra understanding, so capacity can be secured for the market on the long term. So I think that will be really my two must wins, and potentially, make the sustainable change that the market is doing. And I think the market has already started on the primary side, so it's being a source of proposition for that for the long run.
Thank you, Arno. Başka soru var mıydı acaba?
Are there any other questions? I can't see any more hands raised, so I guess that should be it. Thank you very much for your patience at this time of the day.
Oh, I'm very glad that we had this panel with you. Thank you so much.
Efendim teşekkür ediyoruz.
Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, one more round of presentations and family pictures. Mr. Uğur Gülen, Chairman of the TÜRKİYE Insurance Association. If we could please have you on stage. Mark, if we could please have you.
Arno is joining online. Maybe Mark can
take another one. Okay. Okay, perfect.
Okay. Oybek.
Thank you.
That's a nice present.
Thank you very much.
You gave me, but
thank you.
Nicola.
Memorable, important. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you. Good, nice. All good?
Thank you.
Oops.
Ve Utku Bey.
Nice. Very nice. It's personal. Very nice.
Bir de toplu fotoğraf. Uğur Bey lütfen.
I think we'll have a group picture.
All together.
Together? Okay.
Next to you, please.
Okay.
İgalık. Tam bahçesi.
Thank you very
Çok
much.
teşekkür ediyoruz. Şimdi efendim şöyle
Okay, so this should be a wrap up. Thank you very much, everyone, for your patience. We're going to be here tomorrow to begin at 9 a.m. We'll be talking about the domestic market tomorrow. We hope to see you here, back in this room. We have a gala dinner after this. It's in Sultanbahçe, the gala dinner. We will have much to celebrate. Hope to see you there. Thank you very much for your kind attention.